Hello, hello, hello. Okay, how's everybody doing tonight? Hello there, Pencilla. Nice to see you. Hang on, let me get to the YouTube chat. Okay, hi Pencilla, hi Linda. Hi,
I've passed by Claire's shop.
Sorry about that. Hi Gail. Hi everybody. Okay, I hope you had a good, what was it, Tuesday. You have a good Tuesday. What did I do today? I did some stuff around here, some craft stuff. I packed up a few packages. I have to get out some requests. Julian Gonzalez, if you check my email, can you get back to me on that? Because I just need to know if you remember about that necklace. That would be great. And then tomorrow I have a grievance day I've got to go to, and what else? Then we have an auction. I walked around the lake with Jimmy. He played baseball tonight. Gave the dog. I had groomed Desi and Jasper last week, so I did Lulu today. Did her whole haircut for summer and gave her a nice bath, so that was nice. And now it's time to talk about some true crime stuff. So Diddy was in court again today. He had, hi Slam RN, hi Christine. He had one of his ex-aides testifying, and she gave a lot of jaw-dropping testimony, like that he had threatened to kill her when he was calm, in a calm manner. Not kill her in a calm manner. He was calm when he said he would kill her. She had given Kid Cudi the heads up about what was going on. So yeah, that was quite riveting testimony. We're going to go over that. And then Karen Reed case, they had a accident reconstructionist who was on the stand all day and will be on the stand again tomorrow. And it was probably the last witness for the prosecution. So then, finally, the defense will present their witnesses. But this witness was on, as I said, all day and showing that it's very plausible, even though there's a few seconds that are off on the times, but that very well could have hit him. And they were saying, like, with the acceleration and stuff, there was slipping and sliding of the wheels. So, I don't know. There was a defense expert I watched today that said, a lot of people could take what he said and say it's enough to convict her. He said, but then you have jurors you have to understand that very well could not maybe understand things, or you see that there's feel that there's reasonable doubt there. So yeah, you have to go to see what's going on. So can you guys all hear me? I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me before I get started. And the Chrisleys, Julie and Todd Chrisley from Chrisley Knows Best. They were convicted, both of them, on tax fraud, income tax fraud, all kinds of fraud there with their money. They're supposed to be getting pardoned by President Trump. So that's interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. Okay, so what should we do first? Let's do the Chrisleys. Are you guys familiar with the Chrisleys? And you know that they were connected. Their daughter was dating the husband of that wife from Georgia that was charged with a murder for hire. Remember that case? Well, she was dating the husband there. Well, they've since broken up. But now they've got this pardon that's putting them in the news. So let's see what's going to happen. They have federal fraud charges. They were convicted. So let me just grab. So President Donald Trump called two of the children of Todd and Julie Chrisley on Tuesday and said he plans to pardon their parents as soon as tomorrow, Wednesday. So they were known as the couple in Chrisley Knows Best, and they started asking for pardons in February after they were convicted of bilking banks out of tens of millions of dollars in 2022. They were convicted and sentenced 12 years for Todd Chrisley, 7 years for Julie Chrisley. That was in November of 2022, after an Atlanta jury found them guilty of fraud, tax evasion, and conspiracy to defraud the United States. And they had a week-long federal trial. But the White House official told NBC News that President Trump will sign the pardons once they're ready, which will be most likely within 24 hours. And I quote, he said to the children, "It's a terrible thing, but it's a great thing because your parents are going to be free and clean. We'll try getting it done tomorrow. So give them, I don't know, but give them my regards and wish them well, wish them a good life." And Grayson Chrisley responded, "Mr. President, I just want to say thank you for bringing my parents back." And a White House spokesperson, Harrison Field, said that Trump is always pleased to give well-deserving Americans a second chance, especially those who have been unfairly targeted and overly prosecuted by an unjust justice system. Now let's see, prosecutors that prosecuted the case, obviously, said Todd and Julie Chrisley conspired to defraud Atlanta area banks of more than $36 million in personal loans by submitting false bank statements and other records, which they spent on luxury cars and travel. They later defrauded the IRS, evading the collection of $500,000 in taxes owed by Todd Chrisley, while raking in millions of dollars from their TV show. The Chrisleys were also alleged to have failed to file tax returns or pay any taxes for the years 2013 through 2016. And also, President Trump is granting Scott Jenkins, a former Virginia sheriff, a pardon. He was sentenced in March to 10 years in prison for accepting over $75,000 in bribes in return for appointing a series of Virginia businessmen as auxiliary deputy sheriffs in his department. So let's see, Trump said Jenkins, a former sheriff of Culpeper County, and his family have been dragged through hell by a corrupt and weaponized Justice Department. And let's see, calls for clemency. So yeah, the Chrisleys are getting off with that, all of that. So what happens to any of the restitution they had to get pay back? What happens with a pardon? They don't have to do any of that now? They just get a fresh start? Interesting. Very interesting. What do you guys think about that? You never heard of those two people? Okay. They had a TV show. And isn't that interesting? Okay. If you know the right people, Debbie Two Scooter says, You can get away with fraud. You can get away with defrauding. Yeah, I guess so. That's all you're saying. Yep. Interesting is all I'm saying. All right, let's go on to what should we do now? Let's go on to Karen Reed. How about Karen Reed next? All right, so they had the crash reconstruction expert on Tuesday. I told you all day. And before the jury was brought in, Judson Welcher of the Accident Reconstruction Biomechanics and Digital Forensics Company Aperture LLC took the stand for a last-minute voir dire, which was used to determine his competency and the evidence that he was going to discuss. Karen Reed's defense attorneys pressed Welcher on changes he made to a PowerPoint presentation that he was expected to give to the jury. Welcher said that he removed a couple of words from some of the slides and had talked to the prosecutor, Hank Brennan, who suggested the edits to the presentation. Welcher added that, hold on a moment. He also amended the PowerPoint after his colleague, Shannon Burgess, who was on the stand last week, found better data surrounding when Karen Reed was maneuvering her SUV on the night O'Keefe died. Oh, and let me get a new graphic up there because we are on Karen Reed. I'm very sorry for leaving those Chrisley people up there. We definitely don't want that, right? Sorry, I'm going to get that. Let's put that up there. Karen Reed. Karen Reed. Okay. Karen's lawyers previously attempted to block Shannon Burgess's report from being presented to the jurors, and they wanted Welcher to be barred from testifying. They accused the prosecution of committing a pre-trial discovery violation, but the judge, Beverly Canoni, let the prosecution proceed. According to Welcher, Karen Reed's SUV made a 3-point turn. We know this, right? And then backed up roughly 8 minutes later. Welcher said that Karen must have had 3/4 of a full throttle on the gas pedal when the vehicle moved more than 50 feet in reverse the night that John O'Keefe was killed. Welcher also showed video of him reenacting how John O'Keefe may have been hit by Karen Reed's SUV. Welcher said he did so after learning he was the same height and a similar weight as John O'Keefe. The video that he made shown to the jury included Welcher standing behind a similar type of vehicle that had blue paint on the taillight. When the vehicle backed up, Welcher said blue paint ended up on his arm in the same areas where O'Keefe had those injuries, those arm injuries, right? However, Welcher cautioned that small changes in the pedestrian position gave you a huge change in the output. And let's see. Prosecutors also worked to discredit the defense's claim that Karen Reed's taillight was damaged in John O'Keefe's driveway when she was backing up. The impact did not break or crack that taillight, Welcher said. Welcher is expected back on the stand Wednesday. The crash reconstruction expert says he believes there was a collision with O'Keefe, but it's unclear if he'll be able to tell that to the jury. The judge is expected to rule on that when court resumes. So, meanwhile, Reed's defense team has added 4 additional witnesses that it intends to call to authenticate records. And they are going to, now comes the defendant saying that they intend to call Matthew Coleman from Quincy, Mass., Michael Arico from Canton, Nicholas David White from Milton, and Jonathan Diamandis from Milton. Okay, so we'll see what happens tomorrow, but that is supposed to be the end of the prosecution, and this is some of the reconstruction, recreation, reenactment that he did right here. Aperture, the lacerations on O'Keefe's arm. So he was doing stuff over here to recreate that. And here he is on the stand. Did anybody watch this today? Does anybody have anything to add? Any questions? Or anything like that about Karen Reed? Hi, Denise. You can't stand everyone involved in this trial, so it's impossible for me to watch. Okay, I know that a lot of people here are not watching Karen Reed's trial. I know Jimmy is. I know Snow Remover is. But I don't think very many other people here are watching the Karen Reed trial. And I don't think very many care. Besides Elle, maybe Jimmy, and Snow Remover. I think they're the only people that are watching it. So we'll move on to P. Diddy. Maybe we'll do some more call-ins tonight. What do you want to do? Some more call-ins? After this, we'll take some calls on the cases. We'll see. I'll put up a poll while I'm doing Diddy. Hold on a moment. I'll put up a poll while I'm doing Diddy. Okay. There we go. Let me go on to Diddy now. Let me get you. Capricorn Clark. Capricorn Clark was on the hot seat today. Capricorn Clark is a former aide of P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. She testified that she and Cassie Ventura started to develop some issues around 2008. She got a little bit more bravado as being his girlfriend the longer it lasted, and Cassie went from being more of a sweet model to a feisty girlfriend. Clark said Cassie's live performances weren't great, though she thought she had talent. When Clark returned to work for Ventura in 2016, she said Ventura's drug use was preventing her from the opportunities that were before us. Cassie had access to top-tier industry professionals that create stars, including producers, choreographers, and stylists. Clark testified under cross-examination that Cassie had more attention and resources than any artist signed with Bad Boy. especially at the beginning of her career between 2007 and 2012. New artists like Machine Gun Kelly, French Montana were getting a lot of attention at Bad Boy around 2012, but Clark said Ventura seemed to be getting the same amount of attention, and even when Combs took a step back around 2016 to 2017, she believed Ventura still had the same support. Okay, let's see. Let's go. I want to go on to what she said about Kid Cudi. So let me go back to the... Let's get to the start of this, okay? Here's an artist's rendering of Court. Okay. She started testifying about Cassie dating Kid Cudi in December of 2011. And she said that she, Cassie, and Kid Cudi sometimes would hang out. And one time, Cassie texted her asking if they could pick up Kid Cudi. And Capricorn Clark told Cassie to delete the text because Sean Combs paid for both of their phones. Clark said that she was very concerned about Combs finding out about the relationship between Cassie and Kid Cudi. Clark then took Cassie to Best Buy to buy her a burner phone. Okay, but let's see. She was a former employee of Sean Diddy Combs. She returned to work for him, and it was after a 2006 incident at his Miami home, but not directly under him. She testified that she accepted the director of marketing position for Sean John women's line because she didn't have to work directly with him. She said she didn't want a close proximity in his personal orbit like that. She recounted the first time she was at Sean's Miami home in the summer of 2006. She said when she arrived, Sean Combs told her, "I don't care what goes on this weekend. You are not to leave this house." Combs later directed Clark to escort a guest to another location in Miami, and she said she stayed for about an hour before receiving a call from Combs asking where she was. She said when she returned to Combs' home, he told her, "See, your problem is you want a life, and you can't have that here." And again, he told her not to leave the house. The following day, Capricorn Clark said she told Combs' chef, "I hate it here." And the chef relayed that to Combs. He immediately looked at me and said, "You hate it here?" And he charged at her. She said Combs began pushing her and demanding she get out of his house. Clark said Combs pushed her about 30 yards, using about 75% of his force. Eventually, one of Sean Combs' security guards intervened by telling Combs to stop and telling Clark to go pack her belongings. She testified she left her job after this incident because it was crossing my boundary. Why didn't she say something after that, right? There was another thing where she counted 100,000 euros in club earnings for Sean Combs. She said that he made from club bookings in Europe. She said she personally counted the cash and she believed Combs kept it in his personal safe in his bedroom. She said that she saw Sean Diddy Combs doing ecstasy and Molly about once a week, in addition to prescription medication. She said his drug use increased over time. She said a man called One Stop usually provided the drugs when they were in Los Angeles, and the drugs were delivered to her or to Combs directly. She said Combs asked her to get him ecstasy fewer than 10 times. Clark saw Combs offer drugs to his friends and girlfriends. There was a trip to France in 2006, and Sean asked her to get cocaine. And when she asked Sean, who is it for, Sean responded that it wasn't for him. Clark then had security guards obtain the drug, she testified. She would also get prescription drugs for him. Sometimes the prescriptions were made out to her, and other times they were made out to Sean Combs, she testified. Let's see. Sean when he traveled, his rooms were usually reserved under the names of Frank Black or Frank White. Capricorn Clark testified. The name Frank Black was a reference to the late rapper and Bad Boy Records artist Notorious B.I.G., who had a nickname of Frank White. I would unpack all of his clothes and shoes and personal belongings and put them in their place. Sean Combs traveled with a toiletry bag which contained drugs and a camera box, which had 4 cameras, along with a small bottle of baby oil and a small bottle of lube, according to Clark. She said she would also bring candles to provide lighting in the rooms. After Combs' stay, Clark said she would sweep the room for anything left behind. She said she sometimes saw damage to the rooms, including handprints left in oil. She testified about her early employment. She was due $80,000 for 3 months of overtime but wasn't paid, she said. At one point, a human resources representative from Bad Boy presented Combs with a sheet that calculated what Clark was owed for overtime, and it was $80,000 for a 3-month period. He ripped up the paper, Clark said. She was never compensated for the overtime. Capricorn Clark said, as the former director of marketing for Sean Diddy Combs, she typically worked from 9 a.m. until 4 a.m. as Combs' personal assistant without breaks for meals. Combs told her that if she failed to complete any tasks, she would lose her job. She said that on a good night, she got 4 hours of sleep and developed stress-induced alopecia. Clark said she made $65,000 annually at the time. She said that Sean Diddy Combs accused her of stealing diamond jewelry from him and gave her a lie detector test. At one point, the man administering the test told her that she needed to calm down because the results were inconclusive, saying, I'm not good getting a good reading. You're going to be in the East River if I can't get a reading on this. I couldn't calm down, she said. Eventually, one of Combs' security guards took her home, picked her up the next day to repeat the same process. Clark testified she was taken to the same vacant office building for questioning with a lie detector for 5 straight days. She said she didn't want to do it, but thought the lie detector was the only way to prove her innocence. Clark said she didn't report the incident to the police because she worked under a non-disclosure agreement. Judge Aaron Submaranian sustained a defense objection to the testimony about the NDA and told the jury to disregard it. After the 5 days for tests, Combs' security guard told Clark she could return to work. Clark testified that Sean Combs never asked her where she was during those 5 days, and he never mentioned the lie detector test to her. She says she didn't know if the jewelry was ever found. Okay, and that jewelry, she had been assigned to hold that jewelry as they traveled from New York to Miami. She realized the bag holding the jewelry was missing before they got to the airport. Combs went on to Miami, leaving Clark with a security guard who questioned her for hours, and then for the 5 days after that, right? They're going to throw you in the East River, the guy said, if she failed the test. Okay. Crazy testimony, isn't it? Capricorn Clark, former director of marketing of Sean Diddy Combs, said she has been involved in the music industry since graduating from high school. She landed an internship then with Def Jam Records. She said both of her parents died shortly after that, which meant she had to start life a lot earlier. After Def Jam, she worked for Death Row Records, which Suge Knight then managed. Around 2004, she started working for Sean at Bad Boy Entertainment as his personal assistant. After briefly leaving in 2006, she returned to work for him in 2007, and that was as the director of marketing for Sean John's women's line. And she said she became a global brand director in 2008 before she was terminated in 2012. She then worked as Cassie Ventura's creative director from 2016 to 2018. On her first day working for Sean, she said he took her to Central Park with his security guard sometime after 9 p.m. and he brought up her former employment with Death Row Records, which was founded by his rival, Marion Knight. He told her that he didn't know that she had anything to do with him, and if anything happened, he could have killed me. The security guard stood by silently while Combs threatened her. She said she told Combs at the time, "We'll just have to see." She testified that she felt she couldn't convince him that she was trustworthy at the time, and she could have been more transparent about her employment background. She said that Combs and his then manager got into an elevator after Combs did an MTV event that involved 50 Cent. Combs told his elevator companions that he had an issue with 50 Cent, and after further conversation, Combs said, "I don't do that. I like guns." Combs' demeanor was very serious, she said. Okay. So I went in that she got the 8 hours. She didn't get that. The testimony of Capricorn Clark should help corroborate both Kid Cudi and Cassie Ventura's testimonies. Okay, let's go up to here. One day in December of 2011, Sean Diddy Combs showed up at Capricorn Clark's home, banging on her door. She said she could see through the peephole that Sean's pants were split up the inseam from the knee upward, exposing his underwear. When she opened the door, she saw that he was holding a gun, and he was furious. He entered her home and said, "Why didn't you tell me?" and asked her about Kid Cudi. She testified that Sean, still holding the gun, told her, "Get dressed. We're going to go kill him." When she tried to protest, she said that Sean says, "I don't give an F what you want to do. Go get dressed." She said she was afraid, and this was the first time Combs had been to her home in Los Angeles. She said that he was livid, furious, mad at her. She said, "I've never seen him with a weapon, and I've never seen him making me do something like this." She said that she and Combs got into the back seat of a car that one of his security guards was driving. The gun was in his lap. They drove to Kid Cudi's house, where Sean and the security guard entered the house. She said she stayed in the car and called Cassie. And she was dating Kid Cudi at the time. On a burner phone, she called her. She testified that she told Cassie that Combs had come to her house with a gun and then had gone to Kid Cudi's house to kill him. She said she then changed Cassie's contact name in the phone to the name Stormy, so Sean wouldn't know she called Ventura. She said she could hear someone yelling, "He's in my house," in the background when they were on the phone, and Cassie told her she was with Kid Cudi. She said she told Cassie, "Stop him. He's going to come get himself killed," because he was going to go to the house and face off. She said, and Cassie said she couldn't stop him. Kid Cudi was on his way to his house. When Combs got back in the car, he asked Clark who she'd been talking to. He called Cassie's burner phone, which was the last record in Clark's call log. Combs, furious, said, "Biatch, what the F is this number?" A short time later, Kid Cudi pulled up next to Combs's Escalade outside his house and then accelerated away. Combs's vehicle followed in pursuit. It felt like forever, but couldn't have been longer than a minute, she said about the pursuit. She said that after Sean Diddy allegedly broke into Kid Cudi's home, she approached Cassie, who was still with Kid Cudi, and she said, "If you tell on him, he's going to hurt us all." According to Clark, Cassie responded by asking her, "Do you really think he will?" Clark said Cassie then went with Clark to Combs's Los Angeles rental house. Combs, in a bathrobe and underwear, immediately began kicking Cassie. Clark said she and a security guard stood by as Combs repeatedly kicked Cassie. Clark said Combs threatened to hurt her too if she tried to stop him from hurting Cassie. Clark said she left after the security guard told her to leave, and Ventura was still on the ground while Combs continued to kick her. Clark said that she called Ventura's mom, Regina Ventura, as she left the property. The jury saw an email that Cassie sent to Capricorn Clark and her mother on December 23, 2011, under the alias Veronica Bang, referencing the threats from Sean Diddy Combs to Cassie and Kid Cudi. Clark testified she can't remember if she responded to that email. She spoke of the arson that happened to Kid Cudi's car. Let's see. She said arson investigators reached out to her in 2012 asking her to make a statement about the arson incident involving Kid Cudi's car, and she just hung up the phone and did not provide a statement. "I wanted this whole thing to be over," she testified. She added that she never discussed an arson incident involving Cudi and Combs. Let's see what happened. After the events of late 2011, Sean Combs would angrily ask Capricorn Clark why she didn't tell him about Cassie's relationship with Kid Cudi. One time, Combs told her, "I should kill you, biatches, and I should cut her face." She estimated that Sean Combs threatened her about 50 times between 2011 and that following summer. After December 2011 incident, Sean told Capricorn Clark she couldn't be friends with Cassie, and they could only see each other for work. Clark testified that her relationship with Cassie changed after that. Clark said that in early 2012, she informed someone in Human Resources and Harvey Pierre, the former president of Bad Boy Records, about the kidnapping incident and how Combs wanted to kill Kid Cudi and he beat Cassie. Pierre just told her, "That's crazy, but it's going to be okay." She said she was fired in August of 2012. She said she was still being sent work while she was on vacation, so she told an HR employee that Sean Diddy Combs was mad at her because she didn't tell him his girlfriend was cheating on him. She was terminated shortly after that because she was accused of improperly taking a vacation. Let's see. She said that after she was terminated, Sean Combs told her that I would never work again and that he would show me that all these people weren't my friends, that he would make me kill myself. She testified that she received a settlement through Sean Combs' attorneys over wrongful termination allegations in the fall of 2012. She did not disclose the amount on the stand. Though she was fired in 2012, she returned to work for Combs as Cassie's creative director in 2016. Clark hadn't been able to find other work, and she wanted to try to get her life back. She reported to Combs, and he approved all of Ventura's projects. She testified that she noticed an increase in Cassie's drug use. She said that she left the position in 2018, and that was the last time she worked for Cassie. She said that she retained attorneys in 2023 after Cassie filed her lawsuit against Sean Combs. The lawsuit traumatized Clark, she said. She met with attorneys for Combs in April of 2024, and they spoke about the possibility of her working for one of Combs' companies again. She said she wanted her life back. She never heard from Combs' attorneys after that. She testified she hasn't spoken to Cassie since 2018. And that was the end of the direct examination, and the defense attorney was going to begin the cross-examination. And inside the courtroom were Sean Diddy Combs' mother and sister, and Combs' sister Keisha has been a constant presence at the trial. None of Combs' children were in the courtroom, and Combs' mother was overheard saying she attended her granddaughter's graduation and prom. So the defense attorney started their cross-examination by asking her to confirm that she told the lawyers at the meeting that Combs wouldn't be in this mess if he had kept her around. She acknowledged she probably said something like that as they discussed the possibility of her returning to work for him as his chief of staff. She also told the lawyers at the meeting that Cassie wasn't good for Combs. The attorney who accompanied Clark to that meeting was Brian Friedman, and the well-known entertainment lawyer who was representing Justin Baldoni in the ongoing litigation with Blake Lively. Returning to that meeting in April 2024, defense attorney suggested that she was told it would be impossible to hire her amid the ongoing criminal investigation into Combs. She said she didn't remember that being said. She said her relationship with Combs was 1,000% platonic. She said that Sean took ecstasy in the early stages of their friendship and that his drug use increased over time. Okay, and then the defense attorney said, Capricorn Clark, Sean Diddy Combs, your former employee, testified she texted Combs in June of 2021. Did you ever know that I had the biggest crush on you before I started to work for you? We hung out all the time, she said. I played it super cool. I don't think you knew. I just knew for sure that you liked to have me around. Clark testified she doesn't remember saying that to Combs, but recalled reaching out to him in 2021. It's unclear how Combs responded to those texts. Okay, let's see. Capricorn Clark testified that she and Cassie started to develop some issues around 2008. Like I said, she got a little more bravado as being his girlfriend. The longer it lasted, she said. Defense attorney said, did you think that Cassie was very talented? And Clark said, I think she had talent, but she testified that Ventura's live performances weren't great. She said when she returned to work in 2016, her drug use was preventing her from getting opportunities that were before them. And let's see. What else did this say here? She helped create a new look for Cassie Ventura to show off at the MTV Video Music Awards. And that was for Ventura to dye her hair neon yellow. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo asked Clark to confirm that Cassie was on board with the look and had a say in the decision. She testified that she presented the idea. Oh no, are we offline? Hold on. Hold on. Hi.
Hi, are you on live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I wanted to tell you something about my son, but I'll tell you later.
Okay. All right. Love you. Bye.
Oh, love you too. Bye.
Okay. She scared me. Let me just make sure that you guys can all hear me. Can you guys still hear me? Can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure. Sometimes when a call comes through or something, just let me know you can still hear me. Linda, Denise, heavily distracted. Oh my gosh, easily distracted. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. Evie didn't know we were live. Okay. Hi, Evie. Okay, so back to this mess over here. So she had her dye her hair neon yellow and then testified that she presented the idea to Cassie, who liked it, before telling Sean Combs about it. And the defense attorney explicitly asked Clark to confirm that Cassie wasn't forced against her will to dye her hair. And she said she did. She told him that she wasn't forced against her will. Let's see. The defense attorney suggested that Capricorn Clark, Sean Diddy's former employee, told an agent from Homeland Security Investigations that Sean Combs came to her door with a building security guard the morning that she said he kidnapped her to go to Kid Cudi's house in December of 2011. On the stand, Clark repeatedly denied saying that and maintained that a security guard was not with Combs. Clark testified that Combs demanded a security guard let them into the building that morning, and the guard was fired soon after. Defense attorney suggested Capricorn Clark voluntarily went with Combs to Kid Cudi's house in December of 2011 because she didn't want him to do something stupid. He suggested that Clark told him and attorney Teeny Garagos that at this meeting with attorneys in April of 2024. On the stand, she maintained that she did not want to go with Combs. I went because he told me that he didn't care that I didn't want to go. Agnifilo asked if it was possible that Combs would do something stupid because he's a jealous guy. She said, I wouldn't use the word jealous. He has a very bad temper. Mark, the attorney, asked Capricorn Clark how Combs and his security guard got through the gate surrounding Kid Cudi's property. And she testified that she wasn't sure because their backs were to him and she wasn't paying close attention to what they were doing. She was praying that Cudi wasn't inside there, she said. The defense asked whether she told Cassie Ventura and Kid Cudi that Combs had a gun when she called them outside Kid Cudi's house. She insisted she told them about the gun at the time. She spoke very quickly so Combs wouldn't see her on the phone. She said, "Puff came to my house with a gun. We came to Cudi's house to kill him. And then I heard they're in my house." She testified Cassie had the call on speaker and Kid Cudi so she could hear him yell that. Let's see. She continued to testify about the night she called Cassie from outside Kid Cudi's house. And she said she called Lauren London about 30 seconds for her own protection before she called Ventura. She said she was outside the house when Sean Diddy Combs and his security guard were inside. She was like my sister at the time, and I just wanted somebody to know where I was, she said, choking up. He was in the house, and if he did get killed, I just needed somebody to know where I was in case this all really went bad. She said it's possible she had London on a three-way call with Cassie Ventura. She testified she couldn't remember whether she called London separately from Ventura or spoke to them on a conference call. Let's see, she testified that Combs checked her phone and then called Cassie from it, asking whose phone number it was. The call was cut off when they heard Kid Cudi's car approaching. When Kid Cudi sped off, Combs and the security guard jumped into the car and chased him. She broke into sobs as she looked at emails she sent Combs in 2014 and 2015 asking him to forgive her. She testified earlier in the day that although she was officially fired in 2012 over a vacation she took, she believed that Sean actually fired her because he was upset about her knowledge of Cassie Ventura's relationship with Kid Cudi. She said she felt like she was a protector for Combs and he didn't have anyone looking out for him without her on staff. The email is me pleading like, dude, let it go. And she was hurt because she believed at the time that Cassie wanted her fired. It also bothered her that she believed that Combs only hired her in 2016 because Cassie wanted to work with her. Then the defense finished his cross-examination and the judge asked for a redirect. Under redirect, let's see, they talked about her being fired, which required a mutual non-disparagement, and that Sean sign a letter of recommendation for her. Combs never signed a recommendation letter, she testified, and she couldn't get a job in the industry after that, she said. She also said that in a meeting that she thought was about possible employment with executives from Interscope Records that they told her to leave Combs alone and it wouldn't end well for her. The judge struck that part of the testimony from the record after sustaining a defense objection. Clark testified that she continued to look for work through 2015 but wasn't able to find a new job in the industry because she was blacklisted. The judge sustained another defense objection to her response. She said she wasn't able to find steady work in the entertainment industry, so she started consulting. At this level of business, he holds all the power as it relates to me, she testified. Let's see now. Prosecutors say they plan to call 4 witnesses tomorrow: a Los Angeles Police Department officer, a Los Angeles Fire Department investigator, Deontay Nash and a woman called Mia, who is one of Sean Diddy's former assistants and an alleged victim. And they believe, according to Maureen Comey, that they will get to all 4 witnesses tomorrow. So that's that on Combs. Does anybody have any questions about Sean Combs' trial at all? Anybody? Hello, it's Bink. Prayers for Evie's handsome and generous son, Johnny. What's wrong with Johnny? What's the matter with Johnny? What's wrong with Johnny? I talked to Johnny yesterday. Hold on. He went to the hospital? Oh no, again, the same stuff? And they're sending him to a urologist? What's wrong? Prayers that he's all right. Yeah, a urologist is not an oncologist. A urologist. What's the matter, though? Do you want to call in? Do you want to be the first call in tonight? But he has to have a biopsy. Do you want to be the first call in tonight? What do you want to do? 65% said 60% want to open the phone lines. So I've got to start a Zoom and open the phone lines. So you can be the first caller tonight if you want. Okay. All right, we got our first caller tonight. Let me start the meeting. Hold on. All right. Hang on a minute. All right, let me get to the number. All right. Put this up here. We'll put that up there. And let me grab them. Did I just grab the number? I just think I'm going to put the number in there, Bank, and hold on. I've got to put it in I'll put it in Slack first, and you can grab it in there, and then I'll just copy it for people that want to call in after. Okay, so you've got it in Slack. Just grab it from there. And shoot. You calling in, Banky? The number's in Slack. The number's in Slack. Well, that's Binky Gregory. All right, so let's see. Hello.
Hi.
So what's going on?
Okay, yesterday he came over and told me that his dad was in the hospital. His dad had, he'd never been to a doctor in 50 years, and he works nights, and he was in the hospital. He ends up having the same problem Johnny does, AFib, and he can't breathe, and his blood pressure's real high. So we watched him on my camera to see if he knew how to do his blood pressure. And of course, he had the cuff around his wrist and it kept saying E something. So we decided to drive over there and show him how to do it. So he did it and he was just talking. He was all out of breath. So we left, and then Johnny was trying not to cry. And then Johnny called me late last night about 3 in the morning. Said he had been telling me he's been having pain down there, and he thinks he had blue, whatever. So he ended up going to the hospital, and he found out that they tried to touch him there, and he just flew off the handle. It hurt so bad. So they said, okay, they gave him 5 doses of morphine, and they told him that he was going to have to go see the urologist because they believe he has a air pocket or a pus pocket in one of his testicles. And that is normally cancer, but not to jump the gun, just to go ahead and go to the doctor and see what else it could be. But he's been complaining to me for a long time. He feels like he has a mass in his stomach. And I'm like, well, you got to tell your doctors when you go. And he never remembers to tell him that. So I am wrecked right now. He's going to pick up his medicine that they gave him, which I'm sure tonight he's going to be in so much pain again. But it's
But what
just
are they going to do the tests on him?
they gave him an ultrasound last night, and they found out what they saw was something with air or pus in it, and they told him that's what it is. That's what you have to see this urologist because that's what that should be the next stop for him. So he felt fine today because he had all that morphine last night. But, I'm worried about him now. Tonight, he's probably going to start feeling it again. Like he can't even touch it at all. And he's going to make the appointment for the urologist for tomorrow or the next day, I think, as soon as possible. Then he has his dad, his dad is a twin, and him and his twin are like Dumb and Dumber. That's what I call them. They're sharing a brain. They told him his dad is so bad. I couldn't believe how bad he was,
How
and
old? How old is he?
he's 68. and he's planning on retiring. And all he's been doing for 30 years was working at Home Depot. And he's got himself a lot of money saved up, and they're going to retire, but they do it as a twin, that wherever one twin goes, the other twin goes. So Richard, the other twin, he's already retired. They gave him $100,000 to retire with. He has like 800 and something thousand in his 401. He's set. Ronnie, on the other hand, he was planning on cutting down because he wants to do part-time for the next 2 years and drag it out till he's 70. But he's not going to be able to do that now. And so we told him before we left, you got to call that doctor tomorrow and get in there and see what the doctor tells you. He's so used to sleeping at daytime and staying up all night, he can't sleep at all. He lays there and his mind's just going. His retirement of them moving to Arkansas it's blown out of whack now, and he just doesn't know. He's single. He doesn't know how to take care of himself.
He wants to
So
move to Arkansas?
yeah, that's where they're headed. They're going to move to Arkansas when they retired, and they've been there several times. Richard's wife is from Arkansas, and she has family, and they love it going there on vacation. But Richard and Karen, they raised their 5 kids, plus they're raising their 5 kids' kids. So they're still pretty active. Ronnie just, he would say he's got to work tonight, and he whenever you'd say, "What time should I call you?" and he says, "Okay, how about 7:42?" I mean, he has it down to the minute how long his shower can be. He's a robot. And Johnny is just so worried about him. And he told him, "You have to call the doctor tomorrow, Dad." And his dad didn't call the doctor today. He says, well, according to these papers, and Johnny just hung up on him because he's so frustrated with him. He
And
could,
this is the guy that you caught in bed with the gauchos, right?
no, that was Gary.
Oh,
Yeah, this is not him. This is
oh,
yeah. He's the one where we were having dinner one night, me, Johnny, and him, and he told me about this threesome that he had in front of Johnny, and I could have died.
oh,
I could have died. Oh my God, and his dad died about a year ago, and the stepmother called him and said, "Hey, I found this paper that your dad left you, and it's worth, who knows, $10,000 or more."
but
And
wait a
he's
minute.
not,
Isn't Johnny's dad the same dad as your daughter?
no, Joe's dad is the same as my daughter.
Oh, I have it backwards. Okay.
Yeah, we did a little hop, skip, and a jump there,
Okay,
and
all right. I've got it backwards.
yeah, but he's like Johnny's dad wants to leave his money to his nieces and nephew. He doesn't want to leave it to Johnny. He's just always been like that. He's a sour puss, and he bought himself a condo for $98,000, nice place. It's across the street from a middle school, but it's really nice. And for $98,000,
Where?
right in Paramount, right across from the next town over from me,
How long ago?
probably 10 years ago.
Oh,
And his plan was to buy another one for Johnny because Johnny was homeless at that time. And then he decided, no, Johnny can do it himself. That's what he's like. He's really sour. But so Johnny's just wanting his dad to call the number on that paper that his stepmom gave him, saying see how much money his dad left him. And he's not interested in that because he has money coming and he's going to retire. And Johnny's thinking, hey, I'm over here. I could use some help. And his dad isn't like that. He doesn't worry about Johnny at all. He never has. It's so sad. So
and
Johnny
that's
had to,
his only kid?
yeah, yeah. And he thinks since my dog got that other dog pregnant, that he's the godfather of these puppies, he said. And I'm like, oh my God, he's out of it. Here his son is, hasn't been in good health for over 10 years. And now he has the same thing Johnny does, and he won't call the doctor. And Johnny said, "Look at me. I'm going to tell you one more time. Call the doctor. If you don't call the doctor, I'm not going to call you back anymore. I'm not going to call you back and see if you're doing okay because you have got to call." Just talking to him, he got out of breath so bad. It was like, oh my God, he's going to pass out. But he'd never been to the doctor in 50 years. So he's just like a robot. And I went from the fast lane with Joe's dad to the slow lane with Johnny's dad. I mean, he is so slow. I had two kids. One I had my foot on the walker, holding her here so I could feed her, and then I had Johnny in the high chair feeding him. And I'm like, I could use a hand here. And he's like, you mean now? And I'm like, yeah, now. And he goes, you mean right now? And I'm like, oh my God, how could I do this? How could I be with somebody like this? He just doesn't, he's not, they're sharing a brain. But I think now that I think of it, I think his twin brother got the better part of the brain because he's retired. He's got grandkids. He's got money. He's got everything. He loves his kids. And
Are these the guys that are named like Ronald and Donald?
Ronald and Richard, they were born
Ronald and
on
Richard.
they were born on Christmas Eve, and their mom and dad's name is Mary and Joseph.
Joseph, that's right, yeah.
Yeah, he's just doesn't get it. He's missing a block out of his brain. Is something is missing on him. And we sat here and we watched him do his blood pressure. We said, "We'll just watch you." We won't. He didn't want us to come to his house, so we watched him on the phone. And he kept saying it go, and he kept talking. I told him, "Don't talk and don't move when you do this." And he just continues to talk. He goes, "Oh, this thing's getting tight."
But
It
he's
says,
got,
"What's the?"
does he have the one for the wrist?
No, no, because we ended up going there. It's for your arm. You're supposed to stay still. You're supposed to sit down. You're supposed to
You're supposed to
relax.
have your arm up at a certain level.
Right. And he was standing, he wouldn't let us in his house, so he had to stand outside on his car with his arm up on the car, and he's talking the whole time. So it was high, but I said, give him a day or two to get his medicine working on him. But he's just retarded. I'm sorry. Something is wrong with him. But Johnny is level-headed. He's so easygoing, and he's been through the doctors a lot, and he knows what his dad needs to do. I mean, his dad is always been a hiker, and he's always been in shape, and now he's just his age caught up with him, and he's not there. He said he wanted to commit suicide, and Johnny told him, if you keep talking like that, I'll have you committed, Dad. You can't talk like that.
Right.
And his dad just don't get it. He doesn't get it. And then Johnny, after we left all that mess, then he said, Mom, I'm not feeling good. I got pain down here. I'm going to go to the hospital. I asked him, does he want me to go with him? He said, no, I'll be okay. So he called me from the hospital about 3, told me he was at the hospital, but he goes, hold on. So I held on for about 15 minutes, and I was like, started asking questions, but he couldn't answer because they were testing him and stuff. Finally, he called me back and he said, yeah, they said that it's in my testicle, and, I got to see a urologist. And, he's been telling me for a long time he's had this like a mass in his stomach. He gets pains, and he's another one. I tell him, well, tell your doctor everything you're telling me. Oh, I will, but he never does. He never does. But I just feel so bad. I feel so helpless right
But
now.
do they have him on antibiotics?
His dad,
No, Johnny, because you said there
Johnny,
might be
he's
an
going to pick
infection.
up his medicine right now. I'm not sure what kind of medicine they gave him, but he said he hopes they don't forget the pain medicine because it was so painful. He was sweating bullets, he said. They wanted him to walk in the back, and he told him, look, I cannot walk. I got a pain that's keeping me from walking. And the one guy that was out there to help him told him, oh, go ahead and walk. And Johnny said, I can't walk. So a doctor came out, and he said, this man has got pain. He cannot walk. So they pushed
Right.
him back in the wheelchair. He went to try to touch it, and Johnny's leg went flying over his head. It hurt so bad.
Uh,
So, he lives by himself. He's renting a car. He's got to turn his car back in tonight. And I just feel so terrible. I feel so bad.
oh,
He's my person. And then I got on this other side, I got Joe and Anna in the kitchen packing up all the rest of their stuff. Almost everything is packed. My husband, we were outside. My husband bought the kids a pool yesterday because he just loves them so much and he wants them to be happy. And we're sitting out there, we're playing with them and watching them. We hooked it up to the washer so it would be warm water going in the pool. and everything was great. And then I came in my room, and then my husband walked in here, and he was trying so hard not to cry. I said, "What happened? Did they yell at you for something?" And he's like, "No, I'm gonna miss them." And he just started sobbing, Carolyn, like
Wow.
so bad. And I told him, "Don't do that. Don't sob. We can go see him. They probably won't last there. But if they do, we can go see him anytime." But he is just, that's what makes him tick is those girls. He loves them so much. We both love him so much. But, I've accepted the fact that they're moving, and I don't figure that they're going to live there long. I just have that in my head. And even
Oh,
if they do, I can sell my house and move there. So
right.
I tried to explain to Rick, we could go anytime we want to see them, but he fell apart. So, I have so much
So isn't
coming
that a
at
good
me.
time to get him to move then?
Yeah, yeah. And just like a lot of stuff's on me, and I still haven't found my darn wallet.
You haven't?
No, we looked out in the spare room out in the side of the house. I called every place I've been.
Did you look in
Nope.
all of any shirt or pocket, like any jacket you have
I
on?
cleaned out my whole entire closet to eliminate most of it because there's just so much stuff in there. I wanted to eliminate it. And I found a jacket that I have found $25 in, which was nice. But I called my bank and told them, and so they're getting me. Well, I told them that my card had been compromised, so they're sending me a new card. But I was able to go to the bank today and withdraw some money, which was great.
But they didn't find that anybody had used it?
Yeah, they did. From my wallet? No,
Yeah.
I had my money transferred from PayPal to Johnny's, his card, and then he gave it to me. We went and picked it up, and I got that money at least. So nobody, if they do find my wallet, they can't use that money. I don't believe I had money in my wallet, honestly, but my Medicare and my Medi-Cal's in there, and I'm still trying to get my shots for my wrists. They're still trying to figure out what doctor I'm going to have. And I'm like, I've had like 9 grievances I've put up. So now the thing is, they're going to go ahead and make me an appointment for my wrist, and I don't have my card, but they should have my information
Yeah, they should
already.
have that. Yeah, that should be easy. And
It's just like one thing after the other. I mean,
but did it go
like,
in the? You called every place that you went to see if you left.
yeah, yeah, I called every place. And the only thing I can think of is that when I went to Savers last time, I had my wallet in there and I probably took my items out to sell and I ended up using that bag as a trash bag. That's the only thing I could think of. I had it Thursday at my doctor's. I called my doctor today and asked her if she could see if my wallet's there. She said, "My doctor is in her office. Her door is shut right now. She does her paperwork right now. I can't disturb her, but I'll tell her when she comes out." So it could have been left in there. I don't know. But they still haven't sent me my nerve pills. And she told me she was going to, and she hasn't. And I said, "Look, I got things going on, and it's from what I've told you in the past, it's a lot worse than it was then. Now, my husband, I had to go get a COVID test for him today. He thinks he has COVID, but he
Really?
doesn't. But he doesn't. Yeah,
Oh,
if anything can happen, it's happening right now to me. Everything you can imagine is happening to me. It's like, you're not supposed to give you more than you can handle, and I don't see that I can handle much more.
yeah,
Especially like Johnny's my person.
yeah,
I've been through so much with him, and if anything happens to him, I don't know what will happen to me.
yeah. Um, well, hopefully it's just some kind of an infection or something. If they give him antibiotics,
Yeah.
maybe it'll clear up.
I'm sorry, everybody, for unloading like this,
I
but I
know
just,
that's what everybody's here for. And a lot of people are feeling like this. I don't know what the heck it is. I'm starting
yeah,
to believe
my
these
car don't
conspiracies that it's
work.
going through our air. I don't know.
Yeah. And I feel like I should get out and get a job because I'm just sitting here, and we need money. And I have it in me to work still. If I get my wrist shots, I'll be perfect. But then I don't have a car. And then I can't leave my husband here alone because I don't have nobody here with him anymore. He tells me that's okay, I'll be fine, but it's not fine. He went to try to turn on the water out front and fell into the wall.
Mm. I know, it's crazy.
You know, I want to get roommates in here after they leave so we can get some money. My husband is dead set against that, but
Well,
I'm going to have to
I
put
don't
my
know.
foot
I don't
down.
know. I wouldn't want anybody just to
I
come
have
in.
to, though, Carolyn. I get, a certain amount a month, and that's it.
I know, but I mean, I don't know.
And I don't sell much at the auction. Some days I do, but most days I don't. And it's like I'm buying more than I'm selling. And I need something. I need a break. I need something to come out. And I end up giving my son all those dresses that I had because I couldn't sell those nowhere. But I need a break. Somebody, something's got to happen. Something's got to turn here.
What did he do with them?
He said he'll make curtains out of them if he has to, if he don't get rid of them. But he knows a lot of people from working at the bar that, that have girls maybe that go to the prom or whatever. If I would have kept any, I would have cut them up, probably made curtains for my granddaughter's Barbie house. I don't know.
Yeah,
I thought about stopping on the boulevard over here that it's a dress shop and just tell them, put them in there. All I'm asking is $20 for these dresses. You could sell them for a lot more than $20. But I never
right.
went in there.
Yeah,
Then I have Vicky's celebration of life coming up, and I'm better. I'm getting better. My son's made the video for that, and I watch it every day, and I cry every day, but I'm getting better. I feel better. It is what it is, and there's nothing I could do to change it. I just know she's not in pain. She's not in that hospital trying to breathe. But I never believed how close I was to this girl. I've never felt this loss from anybody, including my parents, my grandparents, nobody. Vicky meant the world to me,
yeah.
and it
Well,
just seems so unfair that that happened to her. I'm not saying anybody else caused it, just her herself. She was a workaholic. She was trying to do things right. She worked for what she had, but she didn't have a house. She had a storage that was $700 a month, and she would pay it every month, and then she wouldn't have money to eat. And she did this for years. I told her, let's go over there and eliminate some of your stuff. There has to be stuff in there that you don't need. Sell it. Come on the auction. No, I'm going to wait till I get a house, and then I'm going to take all my boxes to my house and I'm going to go through them then. And I've thought that's not going to be a good idea, but it's her stuff. You got to let her do what she's going to do. But I just wished Johnny had just gave me papers for her to get into a low income housing at his place. That would have been so perfect, but she was too sick to fill him out. It just was like a minute too late. Things happened a minute too late for her. And I didn't realize how much she came over here, and I know I have a lot of friends, but she was my friend, like who was here every day. If I needed anything, I could call on her. She
yeah,
would come over and eat dinner, and then we would walk. She would walk with me with Bob. She didn't care what time it was.
yeah. That's a
You
shame.
find those friends every once in a while. You're lucky to find a friend like that, and I
Yeah,
just feel,
you were real lucky to have all these friends by you. You know that. Yeah,
yeah. But Vicky was special. She really was.
yeah. I know. I
You know,
know.
you guys are special to me too, but you're not here coming for dinner every night. She found out what time dinner was and she would pull up every night. Joe would have her plate fixed for her. She
Yeah.
just, she was that's who she was, but she wasn't afraid to work. She would, on my birthday, she didn't have money, but she would give me these papers that said, you got 10 free sessions of me organizing stuff for you, which was a great
But
present.
maybe you guys all need a fresh start. Like, if you sold your place over there, you could move to the East Coast and buy a house paid off with new vehicles and have money in the bank.
Yeah, that's the perfect world right there.
That's what I
That would
mean.
be,
Maybe that's God showing you the way.
yeah. I have this 92-year-old man who painted my brother's house probably 20 years ago, and he knew my dad lived here. So he came down one day and he told me, this house is looking like it needs some, work done. You're getting mold on the bottom. You got, the stucco. And I said, I would love to do it, but I can't afford anything. And he goes, no, I'd make you pay half of it. You pay me 1,000 something now, and then we'll do payments. And I said, I would love to, but I don't have any. I get less than that a month. So he said, okay. Then his son called me. His son's like 70 something, called me and said, yeah, we've seen that you did business with my dad before. And I go, I can't afford it. Okay. So then today someone's at the door and I open the door and this old man, 90 something years old, is looking in my window. I'm talking to him through my door and he thinks I'm at the window and he's talking to me. And I'm like, I'm over here. And he says, your house needs to be, this is a nice house. If you let it go to waste, you're going to be very sorry. This is a nice house. I'll come over here, I'll clean it. I'll clean the outside. I'll, get rid of all this stuff and I'll stucco it and I'll paint, give you the palette. You can pick what color you want. I would love to. I told him, look, I don't have a pot to piss in. And he turned around and walked away. But I couldn't get him to know I was standing at the door. He kept talking to me through the window and the dog's barking and it's like I need to get rid of this house and get what I can get and go buy myself a nice clean place and start over and make my husband happy with the grandkids there. We don't mean to move next door to them. We can move, I'd like to go towards the West Virginia area, but it's doable. And then
Yeah,
when I go to Edisto, I can leave my husband at home and my son would be there to watch him. And I can
right.
just scoot on over to Edisto. Otherwise, it's not never going to work. I don't see me going to Edisto again if I live in this house. I don't think I could do it because I can't leave him.
Right.
Now his brother just died, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, and
Yeah, what happened with that? I mean,
they had a ceremony at the school he worked at, and my husband wanted to go right up there with one of the sisters, and the two sisters are fighting. Well, I can't go, and I can't go. And then finally, the other sister says, well, I'll make time to go. And then they both ended up going, but my husband was trying to hook up a ride with the one sister, and she made it clear she wanted to go by herself. So he didn't get to go to they gave him a flag and they, gave back his stuff that he had of theirs and his stuff to them. And then they're going to do a celebration of life next month. So, but he's gone, Sean's gone. And
was he
that
married?
he was married, then they divorced and they moved away from each other. Then they moved in with each other. So he was living with his ex-wife at the time. But she told my husband she don't want nothing to do with the ceremonies, the funerals, or nothing. He had just put the house in her name. It was almost like he knew, but he kept getting bigger and bigger. He was like 400 pounds, but he was the sweetest guy and funniest guy you ever met. He's the one that rented the house for us all for the month in
Right. Palm Springs.
Vegas and then a week in Palm Springs, and she never went with him. He went by himself, but he loved his dog and he loved being with his family. So,
Did he have kids?
no, he didn't. He just had his dog, and his dog recently died.
Oh. Do they have a car that you could use?
He has a brand new truck, and my husband asked his girlfriend about the truck. She said he owes so much money on that. It's a brand new big truck,
Oh.
and we can't afford that.
Oh.
So I'm sure he has money, but I don't know what they're going to do all about that. But he had plenty of money. He worked all his whole life, and he was a wrestling champion and a football champion, and he graduated from St. John Bosco, and he's well known as an umpire. but he
Hmm.
was always by himself. And when he'd come over to my house and my husband would be gone, we could talk about anything. And that's when I first got with my husband, and I would tell him, talk to Sean about everything and anything, and he'd just laugh, you know. He was an easygoing person, but you know, I told you his buddies wanted to meet him at a bar not too long ago, and they were going to, you know, like high school buddies. So they were in the bar waiting for him, and when he walked into the bar, he tripped as he walked in, and he fell down and cracked his head
Ugh.
open. So there was that, you know. His house burnt down in Paradise. He lived in Paradise when that fire hit.
Yeah.
He was gone, but his wife at the time, she had to get the dogs and go, and she almost didn't get through there. She almost had to get out and run. There's been a lot, and his mom's house burnt down up in Big Bear when that happened. They
Wow.
got out, thank God, but the house was totally gone. So
Crazy.
much stuff, you know.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
I've been to 90 funerals in my life.
You counted them?
I did because Yvette said every time I'd go to her house, she'd say, you went to another funeral? How many have you been to? I go, I have no idea. She goes, well, write them down. I want to see. You've been to too many funerals. So I wrote them down, and I think it's now at 92 funerals.
My gosh, I don't think I could remember all the funerals.
Yeah. My first funeral was when I was 21 on my 21st birthday. That was my first funeral I ever went to. And I thought, oh, this is great. You know, I'm turning 21 and my dad's best friend died, and it just didn't stop. My brother says, I think you hang out with the wrong people. Or I said, "No, I don't, or you like death." I go, I don't like death. I just
Oh.
have a lot of acquaintances and
Who
they
said
die.
that?
And
Who
I,
said that?
my brother,
Really?
he's the one who I told him that one of our cousins died. And he goes, really? Why didn't anybody call me? I'm part of this family. And I'm like, what are you going to do? You're not going to go to the funeral. You're not going to call them. That's why they don't call you. You know, I call people, I stay in touch with people.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I just find everybody, so many people are like feeling so depressed and so down, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what
And
it is. It's like crazy.
yeah. And for us, it's going to get worse because my son's moving and they've been buying all the food and making all the meals. This is going to be a big change for us, you know. Not that we can't do it, but it's going to be a great big change. And Joe's worried about me, or he's worried about the both of us. He said, I'm worried to leave you guys, Mom.
Does he want you to move out there?
He did at the very beginning, but then, like I said, he stopped talking about it to with us, like including us. I told him that. I go, you just kind of fell off from talking about us. You were saying how her mother was going to go. So I just kind of sat back and listened. And if I want to go, I'm going to still go. I don't care if I don't need to live with them. I figured I would sell my house and I'm not going to buy him a house and me a house. I will buy one house big enough for the family. If they wanted to live with us, that'd be great. If they don't, that would be okay too. But I'm not going to put all my money into buying houses and then not have no bank account. This is my time to do my life, you know, and when I die, then they could do what they want with my stuff. That's how I feel. They're got a house. They've had a house for 2 months out there now. And they've got the $10,000 to get a motorhome to drive out there with their whole family. And the mother-in-law is going to follow behind with her sister, so she don't have to go by herself. But they're going to stop along the way in the Grand Canyon and somewhere else, and you know, make it a camping trip as along the way. But I don't really want to live on next door to them. I want to live down a ways, more towards West Virginia. But it's still doable. You know, I could still get to their house if I need to right now. I could get
Right.
there.
Yeah.
But he's like, I'm gonna have to get you some bear spray. I walked in the house tonight just from leaving Johnny. He goes, okay, you got everything, Mom? I said, yep. got out of the car, slammed the door, shut the door, came in the house, and I said, "Oh my God, I left my phone in his car." So I told Joe, "Call Johnny and tell him I left my car in his phone." And they said, "What is wrong with you?" I said, "No, my phone is in his car." But then I found my phone. But my head is going every direction. Like I'm losing people literally as in dying, and then I'm losing people as in moving away, and it's going to
Yeah.
be a change. Thank goodness my brother lives two doors down. He'll keep me busy. But I just feel like I should be working. I should be working, and because I have like all this time, I just think about Vicky when I'm by myself. I think about Vicky, and I think about calling Vicky and seeing Vicky and going doing things with Vicky. So I need to do something. Every time my husband comes in here, he goes, "You look so sad," and I'm like, I am, and I need to do something. I got to get myself busy doing something and make it matter, have it help, be able to help.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. It's sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. I felt like I got cheap, or what do you call it, gypped out of the vacation because I had to come home early.
Yeah, that
And
sucks.
yeah, and then I hear you saying, "I don't like it here. I want to go back." I know the summer, this vacation just doesn't last long.
Yeah,
And it
and then
was,
Scooter posts like all this stuff about Edisto. Wish I was there. I'm like, yeah, me too.
yeah,
Um,
too bad it wasn't doable twice a year. Like
I'm
I'd love to
serious.
go.
My cousin flew back yesterday. Jimmy brought him to the airport. I almost jumped in the car.
I'd love to go in August. I am not kidding. I'd love to be there when it's so hot and you said that prices are cheap.
They go down
That,
during the second week, the
yeah,
second and third week
that'd
of
be
them.
great. See, if I had a lot of money, then I could do that. I could go in April and then go in August. I want to go in August one time and just get so, like, I didn't even do shells this time. I barely got shells.
Yeah, I know.
I had fun though. I had fun. I loved the
And it was
company
so
of the
funny. I
kids.
was talking about the outdoor shower to Jimmy today, and he thought I was kidding, right?
Oh, that thing was great.
And I said, no, it was really, really great. And then Scooter posted about the outdoor shower today. I was like, I was just talking to Jimmy about the outdoor shower. Yeah.
I love it when the cool air comes in from the top, but the sun's baking you and the hot water feels so
Oh,
good.
that hot water is
It,
so hot. Yeah, it was so
it was
nice.
so nice.
I like that a lot.
And we've been lucky. Every house we've been to, we really liked while we were there.
Yeah,
You
that's
know, we
sad
never
that
really had any
all her family
complaints.
moving with them and you're not, Evie. No wonder you're sad, too, Scooter said. She said, that's sad. That's all your family moving with them and you're not. No wonder you're sad.
Yeah. At the same time, though, they have all their stuff packed up in my back room. That's the family room. It's huge and it's joined to the kitchen, but it's just like boxes. It's like when they first moved in, they staged all their stuff right there. So I'm going to be happy when all that stuff's out of there, but that means they're going to be out of there, and then it's going to be lonely. I'm going to have Joe and Anna's room and the girls' room that they painted, got new carpet, and granted, I'll have room for my auction stuff again, but I love my little people.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yesterday, when we were sitting outside when they were playing in the pool, my grandkids don't miss a trick, and they're in this little pool. Rick got them. I'm sitting next to Rick, and we're talking and laughing, and then all of a sudden, because he just got his dentures not too long ago, and he laughed so hard that they fell down a little bit. They dropped, and I'll show you the picture of it later. He'll kill me, but he looked so funny, and the girls both seen it. And they said, "Grandpa," but his teeth were down. And they didn't miss nothing. They don't miss a thing.
How old? They're 9? Is the oldest one 9 now?
No, 4 and 8
4 and 8.
or 5 and 8. Yeah, Evie will be she'll be 9 in December, and Zoe just turned 5 in April. But smart as a whip they are. And the school that they're going to be going to is like an 8. And the school that they're attending now is like a 4. So that's one blessing that they're going to be getting a great education, you know. But
Right.
I think when the teacher meets them, they're going to be going, "Oh my goodness," you know, because Evie's doing multiplications and she's in first grade, no, second grade, and Zoe is in pre-K and she's doing addition and she knows her letters. She's starting to read. They are smart. They have their pattern, you know, their routine down. They come in, they get a snack of fruit, and then they hit the books and they have to do their homework. And then they play, and then mom and dad plays games with them on, you know, certain nights. And then they have popcorn that has canned chocolate in it. Sometimes they don't eat candy much. They're
Right.
fruit lovers. They're fruit lovers, and they'll say, "Grandpa, you know what? When you get up at 3 in the morning, you just pig out," because their mom told them that. And they said, "You need to eat healthy." They're like little yoga health freaks, these girls are.
Cute. And what do they say about moving?
They said, "Grandma, I'm going to miss you so much." And I told them, "But I got somewhere to come visit. You're going to have your own room." You know, I build it up for them. But they're, you know, I babysat them since they were born. And then they lived with us for the last 2 years. So we're close, you know, they're, I admire the way they're raising their kids. They're
Right.
doing a lot of stuff that I didn't do, and I wish I would have. You know, like they sat down and they play board games with them. I would just let my son go play some board games with his friends or whatever. They really spend quality time with them, you know, and I admire them for that. And they
Yeah.
had like, I don't know, they have 9 cousins out here, and one moved to Oregon, or 2 moved to Oregon. So then, and they're taking 3 of their cousins with them to Tennessee. So that's going to leave a couple of them here. And they're like, "Where's all our cousins going to be?" I said, "Most of them are going to be with you. And you guys get to go to the same school. So that's awesome." You know, if I was moving to a new city and then I had 4 cousins with me, I'd feel pretty awesome.
So when are they leaving?
They're leaving on the 30th of this month,
2 days.
2 days from now.
Today's the
Yeah.
28th.
Yeah, they're busy in the back, like they're packing things that they
So
hadn't packed
Friday.
yet. Yeah, I thought it was Saturday, but yeah, maybe the moving truck's coming on the 29th and they're leaving on the 30th. It's so sad, you know, but I'm so happy that they did live with us because they did live with her parents for a while. Their parents had another room in the garage that they lived in, so I felt left out there, but then they got their own place and I babysat and I was there 11 hours a day, so I was there. And then they moved in over here and it was great. We had that great big pool and it was just so fun. And then now they're just, you know, they were doing dance and wrestling and they're just always busy doing something. So yeah, I'm gonna miss them. I have their marks on the wall by their door, how tall they are, and they're growing. Like I swear they grew a inch. I forget where they went for a minute, but they came back. They were an inch taller, both of them. They're just at that age, you know, and they get along so good. And they have them on a strict routine. Like there's no pussyfooting around, you know. They do what they're told, and that's it. They do their work. They got their computers, and they're getting student of the month. You know, they're the top students in their class. And we just saw them do a dance recital at school or singing recital at school. It was so funny just to see them, you know, they're so big now and they're up there just singing away.
Right, right. Hi, Denise.
Hi, you guys. Hi, Evie.
Hi, Denise. Glad to meet you.
I'm glad to talk to you too. I just want to say as well, if there's anything you need as well or anything I can do to help, I'd love to.
Thank
So
you. That's so sweet of you.
of course,
I'm just in like in a whirlwind right now. I don't know if I'm coming or going, and it's
yeah,
just it's like it's overwhelming for me. I should
yeah,
have a therapist, I think, but I don't even have wheels to get to a therapist.
You go,
So,
don't you? You can go to them online. I see mine online.
yeah. I sometimes I feel like I should have a therapist, and then I deal with it in my own mind. I know better how to get myself out of these ruts. Sometimes I do need good advice, but a lot of times I don't go to a therapist, and then I end up feeling a lot better, not because I didn't go, but because I figured it out. You know, I might sound kind of shaky on the outside, but I do have a good head on my shoulders normally, and I
yeah,
do what's right most of the time.
Yeah, I just got a thing on my computer. It goes temperatures to drop. See, the weather is also wreaking havoc with people because it's either raining. It's been raining for days and days and days, no sun, and now it's getting unseasonably cold. It's
It's
crazy.
63 here right now.
It's how much?
63.
That's low for you, isn't it?
Yeah, well, not for nighttime. And plus, it's overcast. So I think we might even be looking for some rain here soon.
Linda said she hopes you move east.
Yeah, me too. A new start will definitely be good. I've been on the street,
Scooter
not
said
my
you will
home.
cry a lot. It's natural. It doesn't make it easier though, but you'll end up moving out there. I'll just bet.
Yeah, see, but if something happens with Johnny, then I'm not going to be going anywhere. I'm going to be staying here with him, and
Well, why wouldn't Johnny move out there?
he just has his life out here. He's, got his apartment, and um, he just flat out told me before when you found me that first house, that one, and I said, you can have the whole top floor. I mean, there's a whole big room with your own entrance. And he goes, Mom, I'm not moving to Tennessee. So, but who knows? You never know. I know he feels the same about me as I do about him. Like either one of us, we would do anything for each other. We're like best friends, and it would be very hard to leave him behind.
Yeah.
But he's getting involved with that girl who owns all those oil rigs now, and he goes to Montana to see her, and so we're separating this slowly but surely. But he'll always be there. He'll always be my person.
Mm-hmm.
He was born second, so I had Jamie first, and she was developmentally delayed, so they kind of grew up this in the same time. They got out of diapers at the same time. And then I had Joe, and so Johnny was like the big man of the family of the my group. He would get the pacifier for her, and he would run to the store and he would get the diapers for me. He really didn't get to be a kid like
Mm.
they did. He's so sensitive, he's so caring. He thinks of the best things to do for people. His friend just her dad just died, so that's another one. And so right now he's probably at her house making sure she's okay.
Mm. Yeah, it's difficult because no matter where you go, you're going to be without somebody.
Yeah.
I don't know. Denise, you moved from California.
yes, yeah. Me and my husband and daughter moved from California here to Indiana in July. It'll be 3 years ago. Um, it was just getting expensive. We were the lot that our mobile home was sitting on was like over 1,000. and we owned the mobile home, but it was just it was getting expensive, and my husband's like, we gotta go. um I I don't know why. At first we were looking in to try to go by one of my sisters, but at that time Virginia was priced a little bit more than California. Florida was a little bit cheaper, but not much at that time. And so we couldn't go there. And then at that time, during my feelings, I was like, well, we got to go somewhere. But you know, so we ended up finding Indiana. And I think it had to do a lot probably because of Jamie's brother living out here. And of course, I'm like, oh, I was like, I don't know, we got to do something. And then in the beginning, I was like, oh wow, my husband and his mom found this condo. I was like happy about it, and then like later on out, when we moved out here, there was just certain things said, and I was like, I don't know why I didn't say something sooner. And then I would get mixed up, and it was like, well, we couldn't go to Virginia because Virginia was a little bit more. Florida was a little bit, not as much, but my husband didn't want to go to Florida because it's too hot. And I understand that. And so basically, we didn't really have a choice but to come to Indiana.
Looks like you have a nice place.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a 2-bedroom in the level I'm at, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom in the hallway, and then a washer and dryer. And then down below, I would call it it could almost be a mini studio. It doesn't have a shower, but it has a commode and a sink. And then there's a big room to put a bed. And then there's other little rooms in there, storage rooms, or you can make into a room whatever you want. And then there's a kitchen dinette set thing with a faucet and a mini fridge and everything. And so we finally got our basement back because my husband's son moved out here with us. He was living with us for a while, but he he's over with his grandma now, and his mom is out here with us too. She's just like 10 minutes away next door up in Harrison, Ohio. And then my husband's brother and wife live like nearby where we live somewhere. And so and the condo out here was 200 and something thousand. And there was a bid going on it, and we were able to get it. And so it's I gotta say it's a lot better than the mobile home we were living in. It was the mobile home in Cali was 2 bedroom, 2 bath, but it was
Where'd you live in California?
Costa Mesa.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we live. Mm-hmm.
it's kind of expensive there.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's expensive in California anyway. But
I was blessed to inherit my house, so paid property tax and the homeowners, and then we're set.
mm-hmm.
But the crime is just getting so bad, and it's just getting worse and worse.
You live in Paramount?
I live in Bellflower, the city over from Paramount.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my my mom and dad are living in Lakewood right now, around the corner from the Lakewood Mall, but
Oh,
they're in the,
that's right
um,
down the street. I'm off of Lakewood Boulevard.
oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they're up over there, but they're in the process. Um, they're they're looking for a place, so hopefully they could get out of that house because, you know, it's uh y- paying rent in California, just doing anything out there is sucking you dry, especially like, of course, if you're, you know, you're, you're not well off or rich or whatever, and
Right.
you're struggling big time. And everything I hear you saying, um, I feel for you because it's hard out there. It's definitely hard out there, and your family's leaving, and you've just got so much going on. And I'm just hoping that there is some kind of relief for you right away.
Yeah, Carolyn looked for a house for me in Tennessee and found it. We found
Hmm.
several, and the price is right. I
Yeah.
could sell my house and have buy a house right outright, and then still have that much more money in the bank. Um, but my husband has Parkinson's, so he's close to his doctors, and it's going to be a challenge to do something like that.
Do you have do you with your because I
Hey,
know you
Brenda.
said you had a fixed income, do you have like doctors along with your Medicare and Medi-Cal, uh, like workers that come out and help you guys with whatever you need and stuff like that?
No, we didn't get to that point, because
Hmm.
I'm here. I can take care of my
Oh,
husband, but it's
Hmm.
offered to us. If we need a ride to the doctor, they'll come pick us up and that kind of stuff. Or if we want, we can get Meals on Wheels. They'll bring
Hmm.
us our dinner, but we're not to that point.
I see what you mean. Brenda's saying that the pillow on Denise's couch looks like the side profile of a person. She can't stop staring at it. I see what you mean. Do you look like a bushy
Yeah, it
eyebrow
does.
here, a nose, and then some lips down here?
It looks like that little white thing that I sold. They sell them on Temu. It's a little
A
planter.
planter kind of thing? Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you talking about this right here?
This right here,
yeah,
yeah.
It's all scrunched up. That's my
Yeah, but
husband
it's
was
looking
laying it.
like a. I mean, people notice things here. We have always done this in people's houses. I saw like these clown things in Baby Doe's house, and then she said they were something else. I thought they were, I don't know. You look like poked its nose. Yeah, poke its
Yeah.
nose. Yeah, it's right here's
the
the
eyes
nose,
are
then the
dark.
lips. Very bushy eyebrows.
If you think about it, if you really think about it, it could almost maybe look like an entity or a demon almost.
Oh boy,
I'm
don't
looking at it.
don't. Yeah, I don't want to say that because it looks like
No,
horns over here.
To
yeah,
me, it
no,
looks more like a Flintstone kind of character
yeah,
with the big head and the flat top, and the
yeah.
eyes are dark. That's what I see.
Yeah, I know you said you didn't get to that point, but um, maybe with your income or whatever, there's got to be resources that you can call and get a hold of, and they can also help you. Like if you do move to Tennessee, there's got to be something that can help you get set up if you do move out there with a resource out there in Tennessee as
Yeah,
well, connection, so that you have a connection always if there's anything that you guys might need or.
yeah,
Mhm.
Yes, a big Indian chief, Brenda. Right. An Indian chief. Yeah, could very well be.
it's just
Is
so much to
Denise?
think
Yes,
about.
Denise is from California. Yes, do scooter.
Yeah, we're from. I grew up in California, but when I was with my mom, we moved around a lot of places, and um, Of course, when I was a little bit younger, me and my sisters got separated from my mom for a little while, and then she found this so-called set free ministry, and it did her some good. And then when I was 8, me and my sisters were reunited with her, and we lived in that program for a long while. But it turned out to be a total disaster of set free Christian ministries. And it just turned out to be, he wasn't the Bill Aguilar was he was everything under the sun, and then up there preaching about God and everything, and things went south. And then we departed from those ways when I was a teenager, and then we moved. And after we left Anaheim, we moved to Lake Elsinore for a while, and that went south. And then after Lake Elsinore, or when I was about 18, from Lake Elsinore, we moved to Fort Worth, Texas. And we brought the pastor's son with us, lingering with them. And he's in prison now. I can't get into, he messed up my sisters, and, things happen, And then we were in Texas for the longest time, but then he's gone. And then it was just my mom and my sisters, and things years after years have changed. And then my mom and dad had finally moved back to California, and I had stayed in Fort Worth for a while. And then my parents came back to get me and my 2 kids. My son was 6 and my daughter was 2. I was having some problems, and luckily my mom had came up and got me and my kids. And I went back to California, and I was trying to get my life together and everything. And so from that point on, I've been staying back in California ever since. And so it's been a bumpy road, but yeah, back in California. And then I was still moving around a lot. And I feel like the first time I actually completely got stable with everything was when I met Jamie, my husband, through AA and everything. I was telling Carolyn and everybody that I had a addiction to methamphetamine off and on. I didn't start that till I was in my 20s. And I was up and down for a while, and then my mom was taking care of my kids. I was going to lose them. My mom and dad came in and helped me out, and I was trying so hard before I finally got stable with Jamie, my husband. I was just off track. It was just a whatever, and
Yeah.
I have a lot of regrets still. And everybody says, you got to forgive yourself, but that's one thing I won't do is forgive myself. But
Long as everybody's fine now, I think that would be a good idea to try to forgive yourself for that, because
yeah,
it's a journey. Everybody's on their own journey, but it's like where you end up, where you at now, and you got your family together, and you got a nice home, and
yeah,
that should be your story right there, But I'm good.
yeah. I do, you guys. I feel so much better now. I do. I know I'm not where I was, and sometimes I trip out and I'm like, wow, I feel more normal than I ever have in my entire life. For the most part, I do. And if it wasn't, if it, and it was God that sent me Jamie or something, because if it weren't for him,
Who
I
knows?
wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. I know that much. I wouldn't have my daughter. I would still be a mess. And so, when he came into my life and everything, everything just stopped. It was like the nightmare was over, and I'm so grateful, so
Right.
very grateful.
I'm so
How long ago
happy.
was that? How long?
Um, Me and Jamie met when I was, I think, 33, 32.
Uh,
And we were dating. We met in AA, and I was living with my mom and the kids. And um, I was going over there to AA and stuff. And I had, they went around the room and everybody was, giving a share. And I gave mine. And it was funny. Jamie was there. I don't remember was paying much attention, but I think another time that I came, he walks right up to me and he put his arm around me and he said, "We all feel like that or something." But it was really awesome. And and it's funny though, because when I had relapse, but this is, I don't tell anybody. I had came to him and asked him something, and I was hurting again, and I just I had the nerve to ask him for something, like if he could, help, or I was looking because I was all wigged out again,
yeah.
and it was so something because and I had the nerve to ask him at the freaking meeting, right, and then he texted me and he goes, "I'm sorry, I can't do anything, but if you need someone to talk to, I'm here." And it was so overwhelming, this feeling that I can't explain. Once he said that, I I I just continue to text him and text him, and it was like, wow.
That's what you needed.
And then we just hung out every day, and we went to meetings together, and we were just nonstop hanging out and stuff, and it was really cool. It was really cool.
I love happy endings,
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
especially
it
when
was.
there's kids involved, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and then till this day, I can definitely. I'm really happy because I try to be there for my daughter and son in California. Um, you know, um, if they need anything, I try to help out. And then last year I was in California uh, in June because it was mine and my son's birthday, and I wanted to go down there to celebrate his birthday and be with, my family. And it was
Mm-hmm.
it was it was really fun. His birthday's gonna be on the 2nd. He'll be 27, and then my birthday is on the 8th, and I had him like he was like 6 days before my birthday. So when I had him, he was like a birthday present for me.
Right.
So mhm.
That's awesome. I had my first daughter, or my only daughter, I had her on my mom and dad's anniversary. So that
Mm,
took away a little bit of the pain, but I was like, this is for the birds.
mm-hmm.
Just shoot me. I felt like they were taking my legs off with a crowbar. I said, this is not right.
Oh,
That hurts.
Ah,
all right. When I had my daughter Sophia, with my other two kids, I had a real good epidural, but this last time that I had my daughter, I I had them put like 2 doses of it, and yeah, this ain't right. This ain't working right. And uh, they tell me don't push. You didn't push, did you? I said no. I lied. I pushed. I felt like I had to completely release, of out of my, where to push her out, and it was
Yeah.
just it was ooh.
Yeah, that is. I had a pap smear the other day, and I could have died. I could have died. I was like pushing my legs together. She's
Oh.
she's like, just scoot down, open your leg, your legs up here, and I was like, I was squeezing my knees together. I don't
Oh.
like that at all. And I go, how did I ever have babies? I don't know. That's crazy. And I had my first one natural, and then I signed up. As soon as I found out I was pregnant with Johnny, I said, sign me up for epidural. And then Joe was natural, and he just now grew into his head. His head was so big, I was dying. But I have pictures of him sitting alongside this fence with all the brothers and sisters, and he's leaning down, and my brother goes, see, the poor kid couldn't even hold up his head. His head was so big.
Who do you want to hug, Scooter? Who does Scooter want to hug? Scooter's a hugger.
You could hug me.
When is
I
Scooter?
need a
Scooter's
hug.
not much of a hugger.
No.
Who's Scooter hugging? First time I met Scooter, she said, "Can I give you a hug?" That was about it.
I didn't even ask anybody. I just hugged everybody because I knew you from on the camera, so I felt like I already knew you. So here, give me a hug. And
How
when
long?
I
Oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say, how long have all you guys known each other now?
Well, I've been on 3 years of vacation with them, but I knew them. I talked to them for a couple years before I actually went on vacation.
Well,
Oh,
she wants to
okay.
hug Denise, not you or me,
Oh,
Evie. She wants to hug Denise.
Oh,
me?
Yeah,
Oh,
because you're so strong. Me and Evie are chopped liver.
yeah. Yeah, and
no.
it could have had something to do with the sign at the airport. I don't know.
She's been there, done that. Been there, got the T-shirt.
Next time I see you, Scooter, I'm going to give you a hug and put your head in a headlock and rub your head like my brother does mine.
Do you like to hug, Carolyn, or no?
Yeah, I mean, I do. If it's, if it's the person I want to hug, if it's, yeah.
No, I ask because you know how some people don't like to be
Yeah, and, like,
touched.
I mean, she's just,
Carolyn's a good hugger,
she's can't say you're so strong. Um,
and
yeah,
I'm chopped liver, Scooter. Just
we're chopped
feeling my
liver.
guts out here.
So, do you think you'll go to Tennessee, Evie?
I do, because I don't see any way of fixing my house as it is now. My house isn't bad, but I see no way of like I need new carpet or I need a floor and I need things. My eaves on my house need to be done. I don't see us having money to do that.
Yeah,
So I think sell as it is and get the heck out of here and get
yeah,
myself a new place. I'd like to have central air for one.
exactly. Yes,
I
and
can't
then how
handle that.
California gets hot, how it can get
Uh-huh.
really dry hot out there.
And I lost another 3 pounds, Carolyn. I'm at 148 now. I was 163 when I started that.
You
Now
lost
I'm
how
one.
much? How much more?
I've lost 3 more pounds, 148.
Wow. Are you still doing it?
Yeah, it comes to me naturally now. I didn't even order it. I just asked my doctor for it, and now it comes delivered to my house. The day I got home from vacation, because I didn't take mine with me to vacation. I took one out of four and then I left it in the refrigerator. So when I got back, I had those three, but the next day someone's at my door with four brand new ones. And
What are you doing, Evie?
those shots that help you lose weight.
Yeah, I got back on those too.
Yeah, and it makes you not hungry. I mean, I
Mhm.
still eat, but it makes you not hungry. Like I don't ever get these hankering for something like I have to have something. It doesn't do
Yeah.
that. I eat
Mhm.
half of my food that I put on my plate, and I think it has to do with the GP1 or whatever it's called. It's your gets keeps your metabolism going.
Yeah.
Like I was getting pretty short as I was round for a minute there. And I still got a ways to go. I want to weigh 125. That's what I want to weigh. So I didn't
Yeah, I
believe,
have suffer with people in my family that suffer with weight problems and stuff.
yeah, our family too. And my age is like, I'm going to get my husband to go swimming because they called my brother on accident, but this was where I used to go swimming by myself for $50 a month. I could go 3 times a week, and it was hard swimming. Like they even put a parachute on me, so I'd have to really swim hard with this parachute. And I enjoyed that. And I would leave there, shower, and go straight to bowling. I'm active, but now my wrists are starting to mess up. So, but I would love to go swimming again, for
Yeah.
a solid hour.
Yeah.
It just makes you feel so good.
Mm, yeah. Do you have
I,
arthritis or carpal in your
I have
wrist?
arthritis in my wrists, both of
Oh
them, and
God.
I've missed my shots. I get them 4 times a year, and
Ooh.
I've missed 2 shots. So my hands feel like now like they're really inflamed or like swollen, and I can't. Like I kind of fell on my bed yesterday, and I landed on my wrist, and oh my gosh, it hurt so bad. I can't go bowling. I tried to move my bowling ball out of my closet to look see if my wallet was in there. I could barely pick up my bowling ball now.
What
Mm.
happened to that friend you used to go bowling with?
She's still around. Okay. Okay.
I'm right here, Scooter. Um,
Marianne, she's
Mary,
still
no,
bowling.
Mary Ann. Wait, hold on. And isn't it Mary? Isn't Mary Ann the painter?
Yes.
And she's also the bowler?
Yes.
Oh.
She came last night and picked me up. I just sat down to text her and see if she wanted to go to Ralph's. It was about 11 o'clock at night. And I got a message from her at the same minute saying, "Do you want to go to Ralph's with me right now?" And I was like, "Yes." So she picked me up and we went to Ralph's. I wanted some fruit. I had cat food, of course, but uh, that was that. She's on her merry way after that.
It sounds like a bomb. What sounds like? What is she talking about? Is Scooter talking about? Is Carolyn in the chat? Because it sounds like it bomb. What?
Scooter,
What
put that
sounds like a
drink
bomb?
down.
What are you talking about? It sounds like bomb.
Oops. My son just came to the door and told me that I need to go in the back with him right now because he's making the video for Vicky's celebration of life. And after watching it so many times, I noticed that's not Vicky. That's not Vicky. So we had everybody that knew Vicky send pictures to us and we made a video, but people were sending pictures of themselves and Joe don't know him, so he put him in the video. So I have to go back there and tell him which pictures don't for him to take out.
In the
But I
backyard?
appreciate no, in the back room.
Oh.
He's past the kitchen in the back room.
Oh.
Um, and this is like the only chance he has to do it, so I want to
I
have it
am
done.
not in the chair, Scooter. I am sitting here. I'm in a chair, but I'm not in the chair.
You
Okay?
would be able to tell if she was in the chair, Scooter, because her voice changes.
She thinks she thinks she knows everything.
She's like, when you're in your chair, you're like, uh-huh,
Yeah, she
okay,
goes, Carolyn, are you
yeah,
sleeping?
Yeah.
Carolyn, are you sleeping? Not
But
a
they
bomb. It was supposed to be a bowling ball. Oh, it doesn't look like. It looks like a bomb.
it don't sound like that goes in the right sentence, though. Carolyn, are you in the bowling ball?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, thank you for letting me call in, Carolyn and Denise. It was a pleasure talking to you, and
Oh yeah,
I feel you. I
yeah.
feel you.
Prayers that things are going to get better for
Yes.
everyone. Really,
Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah, and I hope everything gets better for you and John and
yeah.
everybody.
Carolyn, are you feeling any better or?
No, I feel about the same.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know what it is. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you should get back over there. Just take a breather and just go back over to your spot. Yeah, heck yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Just go. Take a breather.
And why is Scooter laughing in the chat like crazy? When do you go on your vacation, Denise?
We're leaving Saturday and we're gonna drive out there.
How far
I
is it
don't
away?
I don't know. I need to look it up and see
I wonder
how
if Scooter
far.
knows where that is. Scooter, do you know where the Santa Claus is in Indiana? The happiest place on earth.
Yeah, we'll be back on the 5th. So,
Love and care about all you ramblers, Linda said.
oh, Carolyn, you guys, when I was in the Zoom earlier, I was coming home and my husband was leaving because he had told me he felt a lump in his leg.
Oh, the blood clot. I was going to ask you. Yeah, what happened?
He's gonna he's going into the clinic tomorrow at 3 and they're gonna do an ultrasound. So, because I told him you need to check in on that because you don't want what happened to you last time happen again. I go, I don't know why you put it off at the last minute, but you need to go and look at it. And so he got on that and he's going to go see
Oh,
the
Scooter was
doctor.
there. Scooter said she was at that Santa Claus place
Oh, yeah?
when Nikki was little. When her daughter was little.
Did they like it?
Did you like it, Scooter? So I hope everything's all right with your husband because otherwise that might put a little bit of a damper on your vacation, right? What do they have to do for that? Scooter, why don't you call in and tell us what it's like? Call in, Scooter. Everybody put a 2 in the chat if you want Scooter to call in and tell us about the Santa Claus, Indiana. Put a 2 in the chat if you want her to call in. Put a 2 in the chat if you want her to call in.
Last October, we went somewhere in Tennessee, Gettysburg or no. Um,
Gatlinburg?
yes, Gatlinburg. We went down over that way. It was last year. It was pretty fun. We were in a condo somewhere up the street. There was tons of little like family parks to go to and stuff. And I can't remember the street we were on. And then up the street, like a little ways up, there was the Gatlinburg downtown, and we went and walked around over there. And me and my daughter went up to the aquarium over there. It was pretty fun. There's a lot of shops and stuff over there. Did there I was doing a lot of go-kart riding when I just had fun go-karting a lot. I don't know, every time me and my daughter would go, or I would just go up there by myself, and I would just get in the go-kart and just drive it, and it was like therapeutic. It was pretty cool. I was stuck on that for a while out there.
Yeah, and okay, Santa, she's not going to tell us much about it. She's going to be a jerk. And nobody wants her to call in except Gail. So, I'm sorry that she wasn't asked to call in. Let me see. I'll look it up myself. Santa Claus, Indiana. Okay, so welcome to Santa Claus, Indiana. Let's see. Is it Summer in Santa Claus, Indiana is made for families. Set your sights and your GPS on a destination where every member of the family is sure to have a memory-making experience. From outdoor recreation to shopping to sightseeing, Santa Claus, Indiana offers a whole itinerary worth of family fun. What is it famous for? The small but famous town is the home of the world's first theme park. Wow, did you know that? Holiday World and Splashing Safari, the nation's first themed attraction. Santa's Candy Castle and festive shopping, including the Santa Claus Christmas Store, Evergreen Boutique, and the Christmas Shop, and Santa's Toys. Wow.
Yes,
Santa Claus Village, Lapland is free to visit. You can park there for free too. Did Abraham Lincoln live in Santa Claus, Indiana? It says Lincoln and his family lived here in a pioneer community from 1816 to 1830. Did you know that?
No.
This national park offers a glimpse into the young pioneer life of our 16th president. Then it says, what town in Indiana was A Christmas Story filmed? And it says, though set in a
Ohio, wasn't it?
Well, it says, yeah, though set in the fictional town of Holmen, Indiana, director Bob Clark chose Cleveland, Ohio over Hammond, Indiana for filming. However, the Parkers' Cleveland Street address nods to Shepard's childhood home in Hammond, nearby the real homes of Shepard's friends. So, okay, that's nothing to do with that. I don't know why they... Visitors have been able to meet Santa Claus and his elves at Santa's office every day of the year for over 30 years. Entry is free of charge. I don't know. Here, let's see. Santa Claus Village. There's a water park, Holiday World, Splashing Safari. And it has roller coasters. And there's a museum and village. And...
Are there any? I could have sworn they said they had antique shops out there too, I think.
Oh, I bet. Let me see. Let's see what they say. There's Kringle Place. Let me see. Antique Shack, Santa Claus, Indiana. Antique and Emporium. They have best 16th antique places in Santa Claus, Indiana. Yeah, there are. There's Antique Village, vintage Christmas items.
Oh, wow.
Hilgeman's Antiques, Granary Antiques, Dawn's Antiques, and I guess Picker's Paradise, Simply Aged. Yep, bunch of stuff there.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, bunch of places to go there.
And then I think there might be shops on the grounds where we're going to be staying. I can't remember the name of it, but I think there might be shops up there too.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of Christmas shops.
Hmm.
I see.
Hmm.
Um,
I'm kind of ready to go anyway, to just go and get away from here and stuff. And um, yesterday at work, because it was my last day since I'll be off and stuff, but I was just like, I can't wait to get out of here. I want to go. I don't want to see any of you people anymore. I just want out.
it says, okay, here I have it up on here. Let's see, shop. Okay, so they have a big Christmas shop. Gumdrop trees, willow tree stuff. All kinds of stuff with the
Oh, Carolyn, by the way, you know that that pretty pearl bracelet I had bought from you a few months back,
right.
and you said pass it forward. I passed it forward to this girl Trish that I work with. I gave it to her,
Yeah.
like like you said, and I told her everything where it was from, and she's all, oh, I love it, and I was telling her a little bit about your show and your auctions and everything, and so yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Phew. Oh my goodness, there's a snant. Phew.
Bless you.
Climbing on the chimney in this Christmas store. So apparently this has everything. This Christmas store. Share the love of Christmas.
Christmas.
That's the Christmas store. Let's see what else there is there. Santa Claus. See what else. There's the Holiday World, Splashing Safari. Then there's the Voyager. Oh, here's the Spencer County Visitors Bureau.
Well, with the way the weather's been over here, who knows if it's going to be warm enough to get into the pool or the lake or the splash pad or whatever.
What's your daughter looking for? Oh, and I think this is the stuff about the Abraham Lincoln, probably.
I know she's definitely going to want to swim because she likes to be in the water and swim and stuff. I know she'll want to do the splash. She'll want to do the splash one and swim in the pool and stuff. And most definitely.
Oh, do you know Paul McCartney is, what is he going to be there on June 7th? Huh. Interesting. Oh, look at all the candies in there.
Candy store. Oh no. I'll be in there definitely trying to buy a bunch of candy.
Hometown. What is it? Halloween day, and they have Halloween stuff, but they just said Christmas ornaments, and then where was the mouth-watering Christmas treats?
Here's Benny, Carolyn.
Oh, hold
Do you
on.
see him?
Let me see. Oh, I see him now. Yeah. Hi, Benny. Hi, Benny.
He's all laid out asleep.
Look who's here.
I'm only here for a couple minutes.
Hi, Scooter.
Hi, Denise.
Miss Carolyn went through the whole deal of Santa Claus, Indiana. And
I've been
Mhm.
watching. Let me get on YouTube here so I can get the chat up. Hold on a minute.
Only one person wanted you to call in.
Huh?
Hold on a minute. I have to get 3 crackers.
Crackers.
I think I'm going to snap off on another second cup of coffee. I think that's what I'm going to do.
You're getting another cup of coffee?
Yes, this is my second cup.
You
I
having
drink-
a cup of coffee?
Huh?
She's having a cup of coffee now?
Yeah, I'm having another one. I already had one when I first woke up to listen to the story of yours. And so this is my second cup. It doesn't even do anything for me, really. I drink
Yeah.
so much coffee.
Scooter, what were you reaching for in the cabinet behind you? Scooter, what were you reaching for in the cabinet behind you?
Oh, crap. Forgot to close it.
Oh my goodness. Candy, Linda said.
Let me pop this out.
You think that's what she was looking for?
I was putting some dishes away when Denise was first talking, so
Did
I
you
didn't
get
hear
another
what she
set?
was.
Is there another set of new curtains on that window?
No, it's the same ones. Why are you obsessed about curtains with me?
Because you constantly put new curtains on that window like every single
I
time.
do not. No, I do not.
I never saw a person change curtains as much as you on that
These
window.
have been up here for quite a while.
I want to go back in videos and watch.
You can go back and look. And what's wrong if I do?
You
So
do,
what?
and now you're making Sandy make a set for that window.
I am not making her. She offered. And she's having one heck of a time with them.
Yeah, I know. Now she has to get weights or something for them. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe the weights were for something else. I don't know.
But I know you sent me that Zoom today for it, but I was still in bed. I was so sleepy.
Yeah, that was so rude.
Hey, I was tired. I couldn't even wake up. It was awful. And then I had to wake up to go get apples. She was getting up. She was getting out early after they finished tug of war. And I wasn't even, supposed to get up to go get her.
Right.
And that killed me. So I didn't get the sleep that I needed. And I'm up now.
Did you make your
Still.
coffee, Denise?
Huh?
Is your coffee brewing?
It's trying to. Doggone it, Carolyn, I need to get a new Keurig because the electricity or something, the what makes it run to make the coffee come out this coffee Keurig has been with us for over 2 years now, and it's time to get a new one. So
Thank you, Bart. Thank you. I know you hit it, and Linda did, and so did
Okay,
Gail.
for a while, Gail was the only one until I said something.
And if Christine was here, she would have, and so would little lady. I know they would have.
Little lady. Where is little
Well,
lady?
lady, my little lady.
Where is the lady?
I don't know.
Right.
So would a murderer crows,
For
who's a
video
lady.
reel. Where's
and I thought
video
she was
reel?
a man. I thought she was a man all those years.
Who?
I got it.
Murder of Crows?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I just love Denise's house. Denise,
Oh,
how old is your house, honey?
Leslie M.
I have, I'm
Victoria.
sorry, it looks messy a little bit right now.
No, it
I
does
don't,
not.
I don't know.
It
I'm
looks
gonna have,
new.
She doesn't have anything in her closets.
Oh, I love, really? I love
Yeah, I
that. I
can't
used
even
to
believe it.
have a friend like that.
She was
I was
opening some
amazed.
closets today and there was nothing in them.
I love it when people have that. Linda hit it. Yes, Linda. You hit it. Hart wanted me to call in, but she still likes me because you were being a hater.
Who?
You.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
No, I said call in and you wouldn't call in.
No, before that.
No,
Yeah.
no.
You were saying, what are you talking about?
Because you said bomb, like you put a bomb. I didn't know what that
It's
was.
supposed to be a bowling ball.
Oh, well, it didn't look like one.
And I just didn't want to look for one.
Where are you going, Denise?
I'm sorry, forgive me. At least you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'm in my garage because yes, I'll say it. I smoke
Smoking?
cigarettes.
That's
Yes, yes,
okay.
I do.
That's okay.
I
Oh,
know I need to stop, but
well, you're a smoker too. Why are all my friend people
Hey,
smoking?
I smoked for 40 years.
Do you know
I
that if
smoked for
somebody does
40
like a
years.
demographic, there's going to be like a lot of smokers, unless there's just a lot of smokers in general on YouTube. What do you think?
Probably.
How many? Okay, I know Gail doesn't smoke.
I used to.
Lil Lady, didn't Lil Lady tell us she used to smoke?
I think so. Yeah, I think she still
Think
does.
so.
Maybe she doesn't, but
Murder of Crows, do you think she smokes?
I don't
of
know.
Crows. Mm, we had a Leslie M that was here recently. Who else?
Hey, where's Leslie Romani?
Yeah, I know. Leslie Romani, where are you?
My Leslie Romani.
I like to smoke the cloves, the ones that smell like cloves. I like those.
Oh, really? Denise.
Yeah, regular cigarettes to me, I stopped those and went to cloves, and I was like, this is better. It doesn't smell like a cigarette, but
Oh, wow. I tried those years ago, like in my 20s, and I could not handle it. So you don't smoke tobacco?
I don't do
I can't
Marlboro or any
imagine
of
Scooter
them.
smoking. You know, a lot of times when people stop smoking, nobody can imagine them smoking again. That hasn't seen
Why?
that didn't see them
You can't
smoking.
imagine me smoking?
Right now.
Good for you though, Scooter. That's awesome. It takes a lot to stop
I
something
quit a
that,
few times and then I did go back a few
yeah,
times.
it's
But
hard.
I haven't smoked since the last time I smoked would be 2009, I think. Was when I finally
Congratulations.
quit.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah.
wonderful. That's so good.
But you have to figure that was after I already went through chemotherapy. I was just finishing chemotherapy. I was finishing radiation.
Yeah.
I was bad. I was doing that off and on through treatment of breast cancer.
Really?
Yes, isn't that horrible?
Did your daughters smoke?
Bonnie did when she was a teen and early 20s, she did. And Nikki did as well, but not very much.
What-
Nikki was never a real heavy smoker at all
What about your
of
dad?
cigarettes. But,
Your dad smoke?
my dad, when I was a real little kid, I remember. None of my other brothers and sisters remember that. I don't even think Becky and Michael, I wonder if they would remember. And they're close in age to me. I don't know if they would remember. I remember he smoked Cools.
Did your mother smoke?
Yeah, she did, but she quit years and years and years ago. years and a long time ago. But
Does
yeah,
Shelley
she did.
smoke?
Yeah, and I thought she had quit.
Really?
And then but then at the cottage, when we went down there about a week and a half ago, she got out her cigarettes. I'm like, you smoke still? She's like, Debbie, I never quit. I'm like, what are you talking about? I thought you had quit. She's like, no, I had quit smoking pot. I'm like, oh, I thought you quit cigarettes.
Wow.
I don't know.
Your brother
Dramatic.
smokes?
Yeah, he does.
See,
We're a
there's
smoking family,
preponderance.
or we were.
I
Huh?
think there's a preponderance of people that smoke. Heart wise, you don't smoke, do you? She vapes, though, doesn't she?
I don't know. Do you smoke, Heart? Or a vape?
I think she vapes. See, I think there's a preponderance of people that smoke on YouTube.
What does that mean, Carolyn?
I don't know. There should be like a study done of it because I don't know. It seems like, okay, in my real life, I don't have a lot of people around me that smoke cigarettes.
Do any of your kids smoke? I know your daughter doesn't.
No, they don't.
No?
No.
How come I was thinking your son Michael smoked
He
or
smoked
vapes?
he's quit a long time ago.
Okay. Ray
Yeah.
never smoked?
Gia doesn't smoke. Ray
I know
smoked.
Gia doesn't.
Rose smoked a little bit, but he had, I believe he was quitting too.
Okay.
But no, I mean, not my daughter, Gia doesn't. Michael doesn't. He hasn't in years, knock on wood. So yeah, in my real life,
You quit 7 months ago, Michelle? That's
listening
good.
while I clean, Michelle said, I quit 7 months ago. How long did you
Bravo.
smoke?
Bravo.
Good
That's
job.
awesome.
But like I just find like a lot of my, like even Ethan and Luke said it, like a lot of your YouTube friends, Mom, they smoke. Because my friends, like in real life and people I'm around, they don't.
Yeah.
But my YouTube friends.
Yikes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a sign, Denise. Listen to Carolyn now. Come on. That's right. You're right. You're right,
You're
Carolyn.
up with bad anxiety, so
And
you're
my
stress
daughter's like,
cleaning,
when are
stress
you going to
cleaning,
stop?
and we're helping to calm you. Well, thanks for stopping in, Michelle. Appreciate
Yeah,
that.
very, very good.
Is this your
Come
first
clean
time
my
listening
house
to
after
us,
you're
or just
done.
your first time that you finally chatted? Oh, like 20 years. Started as a teenager. Okay.
Same here, Michelle.
But yeah, like I don't know who else. Captain Lee Fan. Do you think she smokes?
I think she does. I think she said she does, or she quit. I
Okay.
think.
Video Real. He smokes.
Does he?
Yeah.
Hey, Video, if you're watching.
Um. Did Hart answer? Oh, Julianne Gonzalez. Oh my gosh.
She's
She's in
behind.
there with a
She put
number
a
2.
2.
Julianne, did you get my email?
Hi, Julianne.
I have your package going out tomorrow, but I'm trying to figure out what the necklace was. Do you remember? Because I don't want to open it. Julianne Gonzalez, you don't smoke, right?
She's behind, Carolyn.
I know, but I don't think Julianne does.
Well, how can she hear you?
I don't
She's
know.
behind.
Yeah, I got to think about quitting. I really do.
I'm trying to think if Julianne is. You know what it does? Like, I'll tell you, it's so.
Hi, Jessens from the
Hi,
bushes.
Jessens. Hi, watching from the bushes. Why do you have to watch from the bushes? You should be out loud and proud.
They just like to hang in the bushes. There's nothing wrong. I do that on lots of channels. And I never
I
even
used
come
to
out of the
watch
bushes.
You open the balls. Oh, with the yeah, mini brands. That's right, Michelle.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yay, heart. Yay, yay, yay.
No,
Carolyn.
but I used to.
Caught
What's
her.
that?
Welcome back, Cotter. On that was Horse Shack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're on zero nicotine. Yay.
That's awesome.
Good. I could learn from this. This is I could.
Jens,
I
wait,
could.
wait, Jessens, do you smoke? Oh,
Yay.
you got a new doll?
No,
Oh,
this is the one without the body, remember?
no,
That Nikki gave me?
without the body.
See, you never remember anything about me.
Eyes without a face. It's a doll without a body.
Yeah, the lady at the thrift store gave it to Nikki for me. You Mod Podge, see? I watched a group of y'all Mod Podge napkins on plates too, LOL.
Oh, okay, Michelle. Where have you been? We've been keeping the light on for you.
Thank you, Michelle. Denise is like, I didn't sign up for this.
No, it's okay. I need to hear it. It's I need to because I'm 46. I'm going to be 47 pretty quickly here and I need to really think about my health. I do. She's
No,
right.
I thought you were looking at the screen.
Oh,
About the doll heads.
oh,
Hold on,
no.
I'm gonna get some more ice. I'll be right there.
What's with you and Nelsie? Every night I hear you click and open a seltzer, and now you're going to get ice. Seems like I'm rubbing off on you after all these years. Of course, it's not bagged ice, is it? Like mine.
Oh, you use bagged ice, Scooter?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah, that's
ma'am.
good. That's good stuff.
Isn't it? You agree with me?
Yeah, I like bagged ice too. I
Thank
like
you.
a ton of ice in my drinks. Like,
Thank you.
yeah.
If you ever come on one of the trips, we'll get along great.
When I'm at work, I'll get a ton of small lemonades and I'll stuff it with a bunch of ice and just drink some lemonade all day.
Mm. Mm. Hit that like, y'all. Hit that like button.
So Michelle
Hit
quit
that like
smoking
button.
and does who else do we know about? Little lady, White Angel. Do you think she smokes?
I don't know. I don't know, Karen. Miss K, Nana K.
Oh, Sassy Dorsey. Does she smoke?
Yeah, I think she does. I think so. I think she said she did or does.
So what is it? Is it that? I wonder if anybody ever did a demographic about smokers on YouTube.
I don't know.
Because a lot of people do smoke on YouTube.
I'm just now finding that out. I didn't even know that. I didn't know that.
I'm going to look it up, see if anybody's done a study. Hold on.
When's your birthday, Denise?
June 8th.
Oh, she's a
It's
few
right
days
around
after
my
you,
birthday.
Carolyn.
Mm-hmm.
When's
Yeah.
yours? Carolyn, you never told me when you're. I'm sorry.
The 4th.
May 4th?
No.
June 4th?
Yeah, I didn't realize, Scooter, you're May 4th. I'm June 4th. So we're.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Oh,
It's May 4th, yeah. Mine's May 4th. Is that awesome too, Denise?
yes. May, f- my son's father's birthday is May 6th.
That's my daughter's birthday, my oldest daughter's birthday, May 6th.
And my husband's is tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Hmm.
My
He'll be-
granddaughter Amelia's birthday is tomorrow, and my little dog Minnie, hers birthday is tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
Okay, this is weird. It says it's difficult to pinpoint the exact percentage of YouTube watchers who smoke, but here's a breakdown of the available information. General adult smoking rates in 2021. Now listen to this. Only 11.5% of U.S. adults are current cigarette smokers. Wouldn't you think that number was a lot higher? I feel like that game show. Remember that? What was that? Tattletales? Not Tattletales. Card Sharks, wasn't it? They gave them
I
something
think
and
so.
then they said, this percentage, do you think it's higher or lower? Remember that? They would ask a question like that.
do.
Now, I would think that's a lot higher. Does anybody else think that would be higher than only... They're saying 11, as of 2021, 11.5% of U.S. adults are current cigarette smokers.
It's cutting
I say
down.
more.
But what'd you say, Abby?
I say more smoke.
Yeah, I would think much more. I since YouTube, you all smoke.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah, it's terrible.
I can't believe it's that low. I really can't believe it's that low.
Just
It's,
think about vacation people. That was a lot of smokers.
Yeah. The majority of the vacation people smoke. Not this year, but every other year.
I think less young people are smoking, right?
I think so.
Which is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I was
I did
thinking,
like vaping. I did like to vape. I did like vaping.
I feel like some of the young ones are doing more vaping, like they're into the vaping thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Or they're a lot of the kids out here, I've noticed, do a lot of pin
Say
smoking.
murder crows.
too.
Sorry, Denise.
Oh no, okay.
Young people vape more. Do you smoke, Murder of Crows? We were wondering if you smoke.
Or vape. Hey, Abby.
If
Hi.
they don't smoke, they vape. I know more smokers than non. See, Michelle says,
Turn on your camera, Abby, like me. And
No,
Denise.
I can't.
Why not?
Because I'm a wreck scooter.
You don't think I am? Look at my hair and my bags under my
Murder of
eyes.
Crows does not smoke.
No, okay.
That's good. Good.
That's why she's so smart on the word puzzles.
No, that's true. Remember, I thought you were a man, a murder of crows. Did you heart? That's a good one to use too. Pretzel sticks.
Pretzel sticks.
Yeah, to quit smoking, you just the hand to the mouth thing.
Oh. I thought there was a new person on here. Pretzel sticks.
Are you going to try to quit, Effie?
I am. I'm thinking on June 7th, after Vicky's celebration of life, there's two of us that want to do that.
Now I want pretzel stick.
Yes, Scooter. What is she asking you about?
I said, now I want pretzel sticks. I don't think I have any.
I never used to buy them. People used to bring them for lunch for a snack. I used to look at them.
I like the combo ones that have the
That's what I
cheese.
had. I had
Oh,
that.
They have the
oh,
peanut
you-
butter inside them.
I like the one with the
Oh.
cheese in it.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
think they got stale and I threw the rest of them away.
Ethan likes the nugget things with the peanut butter in them, the pretzels.
The ones they give you on the plane are delicious. They're with garlic and butter.
I had that little mini pack from the plane, I think, Evie.
You gotta try it. It's so good. You're gonna want to go back on the plane.
They're just the tiny little ones. I'm glad you
They're
just
called
said that.
they're called Maui, I think.
Maui.
I think so.
And there's these chips that are shaped like a pretzel. They're not like regular chips.
Oh, I
But
think
the
I know
kind-
what you mean. They're called. I can see them.
Yeah,
I can see
healthy or something.
This is
The ones that I really like are the buffalo wings one, the buffalo tasty flavor ones.
What is that? What flavor is that?
eat your heart
Buffalo.
out.
Ginger lime. What?
Mule.
Ginger lime mule.
I've told you about it before. Of course, you don't remember. This is the end of the bag of ice. However, I have another full bag.
That looked like a patient's belongings bag from the hospital that Linda was carrying around.
Nope, just the end of a bag of ice.
What flavor seltzer are you drinking, Carolyn?
I am drinking. What am I drinking? Lemon. What am I drinking? Lime. I am
Lime.
drinking lime sparkling water.
You really like that stuff, huh?
Yeah. But see, I didn't drink it while we were on vacation. But I can drink it here a lot.
Catching up at home with the seltzer.
You would think I would drink it a lot at the beach.
You just weren't feeling it there.
I wasn't, and when I did like a bunch of work, like I just came in and I slammed down like just regular water in the drink, in the bottle, and then I think I might have had one or two of the most like sparkling waters while I was there.
Yeah.
See, here it doesn't matter if I put my hand in the bag. I'm the only one using it.
Okay, thanks for explaining.
Huh?
Thanks for explaining. Evie?
Yeah.
Oh. What are you doing?
I'm picking up my room so I can turn on my camera.
Oh.
Well, I did that with my son. We fixed Vicky's video, and then Johnny called and said he wants a video made with his songs on there that he wants, and we left out Yvette out of the video for reasons, and Johnny wants a video made with Yvette's pictures in there because he said they were so close at one time. And
Where is Yvette?
She's at the facility again, the one that would let her come home on the weekends, and then she started staying home. Well, they would let her come home one day. She could spend like Friday night at home. She had to go back Saturday. Well, she stayed till Sunday. So when she went back, they put her on restriction. She goes, I'm 72 years old. You can't tell me I can't go. And they said, you're not going. So she checked herself out of that place, and then that's when Vicky died, and she went into that depression. And
Hi, One Eye Blind Arts. Do you smoke? One Eye
Hi,
smoke.
Nelson.
Nelson, do you smoke?
I think not.
I don't know. Why am I thinking that Nelson might smoke? We're taking a survey, Nelson, of the. Hi, Victoria. How are you? Do you smoke, Victoria?
Cheers, Victoria and
Hi,
Nelson.
Victoria. Don't be scared. Just let us know if you smoke or not. No one's going to pass any judgment. Well.
And I get every last drop.
No, Victoria doesn't smoke. Good, Victoria. What about you, One Eye? One Eye quit smoking. Okay, good.
Abby, see? You
I
saw me do
see.
this at the beach, didn't you?
Did what?
Go like this to get
Oh,
every
here's
last
Jeanette.
drop.
She doesn't smoke either. It's not healthy, it stinks, and vaping is dangerous. Good, Jeanette.
Hi, Jeanette.
Good,
Hi,
Jeanette.
Jeanette. When I
Good.
left the vacation last year, not this
Hi,
year, but
Jeanette.
last year, I said, Scooter, buy me cigarettes and send them to me. But I didn't do that this time because I'm not smoking as much.
Yeah, that's true, Abby.
You
I don't
drink.
smoke around my
You just
grandkids.
got back from the ER, One Eye? Why? What happened? Why is everybody falling apart here?
I know.
Why'd you get back from the ER? What's going on? You passed a stone. Yikes.
Ooh,
Oh.
What happened?
He passed a kidney stone, I guess.
ouch.
Ouch. You found that smokers tend to be more friendly than non-smokers. Really, Murder of Crows.
Oh, see?
Interesting. That's interesting.
So we do have a more outgoing personality. We are more loving people. People.
Maybe if that's true, then maybe that's why so many, like the people that called into the panel and the people that were more outspoken in the chat just happen to be smokers, if that's true there, Murder of Crows.
It could be.
That may be the reason. But Victoria says, I'm friendly. She's friendly.
Here, Evie. That's from the plane. I forgot about them. I'm glad you said something.
Try it. They're so good.
They're just regular pretzels, though, Evie.
Oh, those ones aren't the right ones.
Yeah, they're regular.
You thought it was a hammer going through it. Wow. Yikes. Yikes.
I shall turn my camera off while I eat them, though. But they're not the pretzel sticks. Wish they were.
Or spiked nails. Oh boy. Well, how long did it take to get that out of you? And how do you get that out of you? What do they do for you at the hospital? Does anybody know? Well, of course you know, One Eye.
I think they give you pain medicine for sure.
But they don't do anything. Don't they do something to break it
No,
up?
they have to just pass it.
I thought they
Yeah.
did. I thought they gave him something to break it up.
Well, they told me I had a kidney stone. They told me to drink that water. I always forget what kind it's called, but it's to help break up stones. But come to find out,
Yeah.
I didn't have
Or
no.
laser, right, Evie? Like a laser, too?
No,
No.
and Uncle all smoked. Oh yeah, I think I got turned off as my no lost his voice, and my uncle got cancer. Oh yeah, Victoria. Ouch, says Michelle. Ouch.
Yeah, they do use a laser because I remember my mother-in-law, Dave's mom, said that. She got them a
But
lot.
what did they do for you, One Eye? What did they do to? Did they give you something to break it up, or what? What do they do for you?
I'm sorry, Victoria.
Mm.
Oh, she's saying that's horrible about one eye's kidney stone.
I know gallstones are worse than having a baby.
I remember, I think my aunt got to bring her gallstones home when I was a little kid.
I
They were
did too. I had 72 of them.
in a little jar.
I had 2 jars. I had one jar with 2 big ones, and the rest were in the other jar.
And am I wrong, or did they look like little, like calcified little, like white stones?
That's right. And then if you leave them in there forever, then they started getting like ick on them, like fish do. Like they started having trails on them. So I
Ew,
thought it's time
really?
to throw those away.
Maybe if you
My bro-
Mod Podge them,
My
it would have
brother
sealed
said
them.
Oh,
that's from every burrito I ever ate from Taco Bell.
It
I
would
got
have
a
sealed
gallstone.
them. You got topped off with fluids, right? But nothing to help you, like, with that? I thought they
I
gave
don't
you something
believe
to break
so.
it up or something. And how do they know what it is? Do they do an ultrasound or something? How do they know?
I think so.
Dave's mom used to get them all the time.
Kidney stones or gallstones?
Kidney stones.
Really?
Kidney
Yes.
stones are jagged on the edges too.
Mm.
They give you Flomax. Don't they give that to guys to make sure they pee right with prostate stuff? Why didn't you fill it, Michelle? Or you get a CT scan one eye?
I'm hearing this big booming in my it's the wall here in the living room. My daughter's asleep, but she's next to the wall or something, and she must be moving around and kind of banging her leg by the wall or something.
Remember the other night, and I told you guys, oh my God, it sounded like somebody just hit our house. That was a sonic boom.
I think
Oh
Johnny
my
has
gosh.
epididymitis. Did you hear me, Evie?
Epididymitis.
Epididymitis. Stop. Epididymitis. It's a bacterial infection, and I told you and it causes swelling and irritation.
Oh, I'll have to read the paperwork and see what it says.
Epididymitis. Epididymitis. Yes, epididymitis. And he needs antibiotics.
Denise, how old is your daughter?
She's 11.
Oh, okay.
It causes pain,
Yes.
So
inflammation, epididymitis.
my granddaughter, Apple's 11. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, epididymitis and orchitis are inflammatory conditions of the epididymis or testicles. Epididymis. Okay, get treatment quickly. And yeah, it's usually a bacterial infection or something. That's what I'm saying. He needs antibiotics.
Antibiotics.
Yeah.
That's wonderful, Michelle.
Thank you, Carolyn.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, Evie.
Oh.
Yeah, it says antibiotics. Take some ibuprofen or naproxen, can help manage the pain and inflammation.
Naproxen is the
Aleve.
generic of Aleve,
Mm-hmm. And did you know
which is all I take.
isn't Aleve the same thing as Midol?
No,
There's something about it.
I don't know, but that's what I take is Aleve. You know, the generic.
Hold on
usually.
a minute.
Calm down.
No, because Jimmy told me.
Who told you?
Jimmy?
Well,
Mm-hmm. There's something
I don't
similar.
know, is he
Yeah,
right?
Midol. Yes, I'm right. Midol is naproxen.
is it really?
It is.
I never knew that,
Jimmy
Carolyn.
always told me that.
Wow. I have no clue, Carolyn, really, for real.
Mm-hmm.
No idea.
What do you take naproxen for?
Inflammation, pain. It's Aleve.
It's Aleve, Abby. It's Aleve.
Huh.
Oh, it is, Michelle.
Turmeric is good for inflammation. See all the stuff we're learning tonight?
Mhm.
That's why we call this an educational channel.
Yep.
I had no idea that my law was that. I know I have a bottle of that up here for Fox. Let me look at it. Had it up here forever for her. Lord knows I haven't needed it in years.
I like to take ibuprofens. I feel like they work for me the most.
I take them too, and but I hate Tylenol.
Yeah.
They're so bad for your liver.
Mm-hmm.
Tylenol.
Yeah, I was struggling with my sciatica. I was lifting a lot at work, and I noticed my sciatica start hurting, and it kind of limped me down to the ground for a second. It's because I was lifting. I was like, you just can't be lifting anymore, I guess. And I had went to the doctor, and I got the ibuprofens. I haven't had to take them at all lately, so that's good. But I know my sciatica could be, or something is stretched or messing up a little bit. But as long as I'm not lifting too much all the time at work, I'll be okay. But
If I sweep 3 times, then my sciatic kicks in, and oh man, it hurts.
yeah, oh, it feels terrible. The pain. It doesn't shoot down through my leg, but it just hurt.
What did Evie just say? If you sweep 3 times, what?
If I sweep with the broom 3
Yeah.
times, it kills my sciatic. It makes it.
Panadol is not good for your liver. Yeah, I think it's the same thing. I think Panadol is acetaminophen, which is Tylenol. They call it.
I don't know. It's not showing in this one. It's weird. I wonder why.
But there's another word for it in the UK that they call it. They call Tylenol. What do they call it? Paracetal or something. Is that
Yeah,
what-
they have a weird name for it as well.
something like that. Yeah, I can't stand Tylenol.
Yeah, I don't do Tylenol, and rarely do I do ibuprofen anymore since I found that Aleve works for me. Well, generic naproxen. You notice I have to throw that in because it's so much cheaper.
Paracetamol. Yeah, yeah, paracetamol. That's Tylenol, right? Murder of Crows.
It's whatever works for you, you know your body, what works for it.
We're not doctors.
You know?
We just play them on YouTube. We can't diagnose you with anything, but we can think it.
Remember last year after I got there from driving 18 hours,
Yeah.
we thought it was sciatica. I wonder if
Yeah.
it was. What do you guys think?
If it was what?
Sciatica.
Her leg.
Oh,
Remember she had that crazy
yeah,
leg?
it
That
put
was
you down.
horrible. I'll never forget that.
And I had so much pain sleeping in that bed last year, but I didn't have any in sleeping in this bed this year at all. The greatest bed. The only time that it bothered me was the night after I said that. I was like, what is that about? But our bed was
Yeah,
so
this
comfortable.
bed.
And last year, I was so, remember how long I couldn't get comfortable and I had to take something? And oh, it's
You
crazy.
never seemed uncomfortable to me.
Yeah, remember? And you said, "What's the matter?" You said,
No, you
You
slept
said,
pretty darn good.
you said, take some Aleve or something. Remember, I had that big wedge. I had
Who
to
are
put
you
between.
fooling?
I had to put that big wedge
Come
between my legs.
on.
Remember that? Don't you remember?
No,
I had
I
to
don't
put that huge
remember
wedge.
anything of the sort.
And it was only the
Who are
last
you
night.
fooling?
No, stop. I had to put that big wedge. I had put that big blue wedge, and I couldn't get comfortable. And you go, take some Aleve or something.
Well, that wasn't from that bed.
Yeah, it was.
No.
I was in so much pain. And then even like on the road, I got like pain in my hips and knees. And then when we got into that bed this year, it was so comfortable. And I woke up every great day until the day that we were leaving. And then my sciatica and my herniated discs hurt. But then I took 2 ibuprofen immediately. And I just kept going up and down the stairs. And it just worked itself out.
Well, these stairs were great this year,
Yeah.
you know?
What are you having? So you're talking about pain, Carolyn. What do you have something
Oh,
that?
yeah. I have a lot of stuff. I have a lot of herniated discs and generative discs and slip discs and
Yeah, you
yeah,
do.
they probably
Yeah.
they would love for me to get back surgery, but I'm not doing that.
But
I
she
wouldn't
can
either,
back.
Carolyn. That'll
No,
screw
everybody
your
I
back
heard
up.
that got back surgery, they're not any better, and I don't need anybody
Right.
effing up my back. Thank you.
No.
And I'm not like one of those surgery happy people. There's some certain people that, oh, surgery? Okay, sign me up. I can't wait to go.
No.
Right.
Yeah, no. I'd do anything to avoid surgery. But anyway, yeah, but I work through it and I just keep going and I have a back to life Save My Life, that machine. But yeah, now when I get it, I just put Panatrate. That was the other thing. I took Panatrate and I put on ibuprofen.
Do you do stretches and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's how I had the Back to Life machine. That's what actually fixed me because I was in excruciating pain after I had Luke. I think it was something during labor. And because after that, I was in unbearable pain. And I wrote about it on Facebook. And then I went from not being able to even, I couldn't sit. I could lay on my side or stand. And if I sat in a car, I could not straighten myself out. I mean, so bad for so long. And then I got a Back to Life machine, and you lay on the floor, you put leg weights on, it goes to your height, and it just brings your spine up to align your spine. It keeps just doing that. And whatever it did, because I took I couldn't straighten my back out, and then I took 1 Percocet because I was nursing, so I had to dump everything, and I didn't want to take pain meds, and they were just throwing pain meds at me. And I took 1, and Jimmy said that must have been all it took for me to kind of straighten my back out because it was so painful before I couldn't even move. And then I did that machine, and I don't know, God worked a miracle, and I just had a new lease on the look at my Facebook, and I was like, oh, I rode my bike 6 miles, and now I was walking around the lake constantly with the kids, and it was just like night and day. And then anytime I would get that little feeling again, I would go on that Back to Life machine. And then knock on wood, since years and years, I just, if I get that, I'll put a little penetrate, little ibuprofen, and I have like the massage chair, which does the back and the spine stretch, and yeah, I just try to keep active and keep going.
Definitely, yeah, that's good. Natural. That's
Yeah,
good.
I was. They had two things: throw me a bunch of pain meds and tell me about spinal surgery.
No, no, no. Yeah.
The one time I had back spasms, I didn't even know what the heck that was. I just knew like that was like the craziest. I just laid myself down on. My dad was alive at the time. My mom had just died on my parents' deck, and my dad's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I didn't know how to stop this." My daughter took me to the hospital. That's when they gave me a shot. I didn't even know what the hell back spasms were. I think that was, thank God wasn't having that anymore. That's scary. That's
Yeah.
horrible. Like you don't even know what the hell that is. Like you'll do anything to make it stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't do surgery either, Victoria. Yeah,
No,
I
I
don't know.
wouldn't either,
Anybody I've
Carolyn.
heard that's gotten surgery, like my brother-in-law has had it, and he's, not. I don't think he's any better. Like, and I've just heard so many people go and get that, and they're not any better.
Never known of anybody that it helped. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sure it has helped some people, but I don't
yeah.
know.
Or they're going back again and again. Like, I don't know. Even like Jimmy's shoulders and
Right?
stuff. It's like, I don't know.
I've only heard people say, I wish I never would have had it done.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten very skeptical of a lot of things they want you to have done.
Yeah.
And some people love surgery. I have a lot of friends that just love surgery. Ooh, that's one friend that
You're
she wanted to go for this
crazy.
nasal surgery. And I was like, why do you want that? And she's like, oh, because he said that this is going to stop all my sinus problems and everything. I'm like, okay. And she had it done. I remember we went to this PTA meeting, and then I don't think she was in so much pain from everything, and I don't think it made anything better.
No,
No, it's like some people just want to get like on the surgery wagon. I don't know, like I don't know what it is.
They probably like the morphine that puts them to sleep.
I have no idea, but it's like I said to somebody today, there's so many people in this day and age. They're getting knee replacements, hip replacements. Like I don't remember all of these people getting all of this back in the day.
well, well, they couldn't do a lot of that back then, though. Now, that kind of stuff, yeah, I would get that if I needed it, because that stuff they say really does help.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't know. Like Frank Gifford had titanium knees and stuff. I don't know.
My mom got her two knees replaced, but I don't know. I think she has rheumatoid arthritis, but I think she's like, I don't know. There's not much. She doesn't think much difference of it, but she's yeah, her body's got a lot of stuff going on with it, and she there was a rare unknown blindness that runs in my mom's side of the family, and she has a sister and another sister and a brother that was fully blind, and she's just about blind from it now.
Oh,
She got it. I think she was in her 20s or something like that. And then slowly but surely, as she got older, she just basically lost her vision. So,
Oh, that's
um,
terrible. Yeah.
I
Losing
don't
your
think I have it. I haven't been checked. I'm a little scared, but I'm, I think, I think my mom's in her 60s. She's fully kind of like blind now, but, and then it skips, but,
yeah, losing your vision is just so horrible, right? Because
you can't
There's a
see
little girl
anything.
on America's Got Talent. Her whole family has it except for her and her
Mm,
littler sister, who has glasses. But she says her whole family has this disease where their eyes go blind. And
mm.
her little sister wanted to see her on the big stage, so she went up there and sang. That was nice.
uh,
Mhm.
your daughter,
Wait.
your daughter has severely extruded discs, and they say she has to have surgery. She is really scared
Oh,
though,
excuse me.
and she has read about how it doesn't help some people, and others have said it made things worse. Yeah, I would check that out too. Victoria says that's terrible. Denise's feet.
I know. You notice I haven't stopped moving them. What's wrong with me, Carolyn? I'm whack-a-doodle. You got a whack-a-doodle on here for sure.
He has restless legs.
I do. Luckily for me, though, my husband goes through that restlessness in his legs where he'll just be moving in his sleep or something, or he has to get in a hot bath and put his legs in there because they're like tickling him and they're just moving and moving. His mom has it, his brother has it, and yeah, they just moving their legs like that. I got that once with I was the doctor psychiatrist has put me on a medication Risperidol, and I didn't know one of the side effects was, I don't know, some kind of restless legs. And I noticed that my legs were like going like this, and it was so uncomfortable and it tickled, but I would try to lay still and I was like and it had me pacing the floors all night. And I'm like, I told the doctor, I'm not taking this doing something to my legs and it's not cool. And I
Oh wow.
no. I stopped that Risperdal right away. I didn't take it anymore. It's it's hard. I have been on a journey of trying to find the right psych medications for me, and I finally I found one years ago, and back in my 30s, they put me on Latuda, which is a mood stabilizer, and it's and I take propranolol, but that helps because I've uh, not too long ago I was having these side effects from the Latuda where I was getting akathisia and I was breathing really heavily and I couldn't stop moving and walking around. But and I told that I was getting these, so they prescribed me propranolol to help with that, and it's been good because I haven't had that feeling. The last time I had it was several months ago, just several months, and I took a hot shower and I was like, it was just so weird, but it slowly died down, but it was an awful feeling because I felt like I was having a hard time breathing and I just couldn't stop moving. It was weird.
Wow. Well, the
But
heart midwife says her husband, her ex-husband, used to run in his sleep. That must be hell, sleeping next to a person like that, because I can't stand if a person's moving all around next to me.
No, I can't handle that either. Now, are you like that in bed, Denise? Or
Oh gosh.
Scooter's not
Well,
sleeping with you if you come on the
no, no, we're
celebration.
no one's sleeping with me, please. Yeah,
yeah.
I like to be in the room with the lights off. It takes me a little bit. But lately
Yeah, I
since
have
I've
to have
been
the
working,
lights off and I can't have any movement.
yeah, well, with me working now, I'm doing a lot better in laying down and being still. But like when I know I'm getting comfy to lay down in the bed, I'll kind
Yeah.
of like go like this, how you see me doing that. I'll do that
Yeah,
for a
that'd be a
while.
no.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but then I eventually, I'll fall asleep. But
Carolyn would be okay with it though.
no, you should just hear what she said. I hate people that move. No, thank
Be
you.
fine with it, Carolyn. You'd be okay with it.
No, Carolyn would be like, she'd go like this, bitch, get out of my bed, kick me with her leg.
Go in bed with Evie.
I didn't move too much in bed with you, Carolyn. Did I?
Wait, when did we sleep together?
In the trailer,
Oh, yeah. No.
I was out.
No, and Linda doesn't move much either.
No, and we never had to sleep in the same bed. We just slept in the same room.
Yeah. I had to sleep with Linda.
Judah went to sleep in my room.
I had to sleep with Linda
Linda seems like she'd be easy to
One,
sleep
two,
with. She's so
three-
tiny and
3
everything.
times.
Was she easy to sleep with because
Yeah,
she's so
she just
tiny?
stays. She doesn't move around a lot.
Yeah. I don't either. I do not move around a lot, especially now that I have that CPAP.
Yeah.
I don't want to pull that thing over.
Mhm.
This
How
year,
many rooms was the beach house?
Well, it was like 5, but it was 4. But the room I was in was like split into 2 rooms, and the one had the bunk beds with the full and the twin on top, and then the other had a queen size on the second. So of course, I took that one because my kids were there and they would sleep on the bunk beds. I don't think anybody else really wanted the bunk beds, and or that would feel like comfortable because we had a curtain. There was a curtain that split off, so it was that was like the 4th, 5th room, and then there were 4 bedrooms. Then actually then there was another bed in the where Scooter slept. It was in the family room. There was a trundle bed, and she slept on that.
Yeah.
by choice, I actually had my own bed in there with Evie.
Yeah.
But she chose not to sleep in my room. I had to
Oh,
sleep
you know
in there by
why?
myself.
I only wanted to be there because of the door opening right on to here in the ocean. That rocked me to sleep every night. That sound from the ocean. I
No,
loved it
that was
so
Evie
much.
rocking you.
It was perfect, you guys. If I ever get to go back there again sometime with you guys, I would love to have that same place and that ocean right there and sleep on that bed.
Well, we're
I
gonna
mean, I
get that
hopefully
house.
get to go. I mean, I plan on going back,
Right.
but I mean, I hope you guys get that same place. I don't know if you want that same place, but
How much, like if you rent something smaller than what you guys had over there by the beach, how much is it for, like, let's say a week or
It all depends on a couple of things. It all depends on when you go and if you want to be oceanfront, second
Uh-huh.
row, 3rd
Mhm.
row.
Okay.
So it all depends on the time of year, and like peak season is right now. So you're going to pay the highest prices
oh yeah,
now through it's like the second week of August. and then it starts to come down.
I'm showing your Keith picture. He laughed so hard.
So, like
From
during
the spring, like April, to
Mhm.
like the second week of May,
Mhm.
and then
I know. I'm getting.
it's like second week of May, it starts to get more expensive, and then June, I think, is like the most expensive. June and like July, and
Yeah.
then to, sometime in August, I think it's like after the second week, it starts to come down.
Okay. Yeah, it looked really pretty over there.
Right, but you can get a second row house, or there's condos that are in this one area.
Mm-hmm. Edisto.
Yeah, and
Some of the stuff that you were showing that you had bought, Carolyn, it looked really interesting over there with their shops. I mean, they look like they sell a lot of interesting, unique things over there.
yeah, it's an interesting, unique place.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's in Charleston, though.
Oh, Charleston.
Wait, is that
Yeah.
where you were? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about what I showed
Well,
that I bought
Charleston,
on my
that
videos?
well, some of your videos that you shown with the angel shells,
Yeah,
and
that
then when
was in Edisto.
oh, that was okay.
They have like this outdoor market thing where every Wednesday.
Oh, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, yeah. Those were really interesting. Those were really pretty. And you guys go every year.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
That's cool.
It's definitely a
Victoria says
good time.
gala.
Huh?
I said it's definitely a good time.
Yes, it is, Denise.
Yeah.
Oh, she's doing the word game now, I see. I was wondering why she was writing those words in. I'm like, huh?
What?
Of course, you got to get there first.
Yep.
Yeah, but if you're in if you're in that area, see how much easier it'd be for you.
What, Carolyn?
If Abby gets over in that area, because she's the only, like, she really needs to get on the East Coast, don't you think so?
Oh, yes. I think she's going to end up there myself. Just have that feeling.
And you were born in New York, so you really. Why did you move out? Why did you move out there again?
Not to New York. That's too expensive.
No, why did you move out to California from New York?
I think my dad got in trouble.
Oh, okay.
I think. But he came out here and he opened up a pizza place with my uncle. And our rent was $50 when we moved out here. My aunt had a big house in the back of the property, and then we had a little cabin in the front, and he charged us $50.
How old were you?
3.
Oh, so you don't remember anything else, really?
But every year I went back for a month. We took the Greyhound bus.
Really?
Yeah, that until the 747s came out. Then my dad put us on one of those, and I was
How long
all
did it take you on a bus?
5 days.
Oh my gosh.
And he'd stop at every nook and cranny. It was me and my brother. We were fighting on the bus, and my mom. Everybody could smoke on the bus. It was terrible.
Oh my gosh.
Even on the planes, when I first started flying, people could smoke on the planes.
Oh,
They
yeah,
I
you
remember
could.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
Ugh.
And on Amtrak, you could smoke.
Yeah, I never been on there, but we did the Greyhound at least 7 times. At least. One time our Greyhound broke down. We had to ship over to the next Greyhound that pulled up. We had to transfer over to that bus. My mom would say, if you guys don't stop fighting, I'm not going to let you get French fries when we stop.
And what do they do when you stop? Do you go to a hotel?
No, you stay there in the middle of the nowhere until the Greyhound bus pulls up. And then they put you single file into the next bus
Mm.
Wow.
and then transfer your luggage.
Oh my gosh.
That was a trip from you know where.
And you did that every year?
Yeah, we did it every year, but we didn't have to transfer buses only one time.
And 5 days.
Yeah, because they stopped every single city, everywhere. They got you barely get going, and they're pulling over to pull over to get someone else.
Oh my gosh, that must be like absolute torture.
I know. My dad loved us when we left for a month. He'd send my mom more money and let us stay longer. And then my brother stopped going, and it was just me and my mom, but that's when we were flying. And I was all over the plane checking out. They had upstairs, downstairs, they had a piano on there. And I'd go in the bathroom every time and I'd go to take a souvenir, I called them souvenir soap that had the airlines on it for my scrapbook. And every time I'd go to take it, the bells would start ringing like, put your seatbelts on, and I'd jump like they caught me. It was always fun going back there because that's where all my relatives were. And so it felt like a family reunion every time I went back there.
I'll bet. I remember I had to ride a Greyhound bus from somewhere, Evie, and it was alone. I was alone, and it was the most miserable experience, but I, for the life of me, cannot remember what the circumstances were.
My husband took a Greyhound recently to Vegas to hook up with his brother, and he bought 2 seats because he didn't want nobody sitting next to him. He just wanted to relax. And they were giving him dirty looks and they were mouthing off to him the whole ride, like, you hog, you seat hog. And he had to put up with that the whole time to Vegas.
Sounds scary.
Yeah.
Giving him a hard time because he paid for his own 2 seats for himself?
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
Weird.
I felt so sorry for him. Because I would have been on the plane and in 32 minutes I would have been there, but he took the bus. Gotta watch the choices you make. I just wish somebody'd go to Vegas so I could go. 32 minutes.
Really? I don't want to go to Vegas though.
Yeah, you're not that far like the rest of us, Evie.
I know. That would even it out. You guys could be on
Yeah, I
flight.
hear
I'll
ya.
pick you up at the airports.
Right?
We stayed, when we went down to Vegas, we stayed at the Treasure Island.
Yeah, there's a brand new one. I just saw it yesterday, I think, and it's a guitar that lights up and it's so like shiny, sparkly.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was there, they said they were building a casino that was like a town in itself. I've never seen the finished product on that, but me and my husband went and we had a good time. He took me there for my birthday and we got like front row seats to the America's Got Talent finals.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was so much fun. We didn't have to wait in line. We just walked up there from our hotel, sat down, the show started, and then we got our picture taken with the golden stuff falling on us. It was fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Las Vegas is just about thumping. It's thumping over there.
Yeah, he had to end up I told him rent a scooter because he has trouble walking. I go, rent a scooter, honey. Look at these people. They're just flying down the street on these scooters. So he rented one and it was the best thing because I could keep up with him on a scooter, but he started getting a little crazy, going a little crazy. And then he would pull up to the table he wanted to play at. And then when he'd get out to play, sit down on the seat, I'd jump in the scooter and I'd go down to a slot machine real fast and then come back. And then the next morning, I found out he took off in the scooter from our room and went to Target. Took it outside and went to Target.
It's a target.
Yeah, but that's the way to go because he was having a hard time walking. His leg hurt so bad.
Well, sure.
So that made up for it. We had a good time then.
That's fun. Scooter, you said you had a granddaughter that was 11?
Yeah, my granddaughter Apple,
Mm-hmm.
she was 11 last October,
Okay.
October 16th.
Yeah, my daughter's birthday's in November.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I this morning before I went to work, I saw your Goodwill video. It looked like you posted it 6 days ago, and you were
Right, yeah.
shopping in Goodwill, and your granddaughter was in it, and she was showing outfits and stuff like that, little cute squishy stuffed
Mhm.
animals. That's cute.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
had a ton of pretty sculptures and angels I was seeing in there. That's a big
Yeah.
Goodwill that you have over there.
Yeah, it is.
That had more stuff in the Goodwill that I was at
I
just
know.
on
Her,
Sunday.
that store was crazy, and she wasn't even looking at everything.
Mhm.
Yeah, I want to get rid of things instead of get things.
Me
I don't
too.
know. Yeah. Oh, and then in that same video, I don't know if you saw it when towards the end, um Fox, well, that's Lexi, but she calls herself Fox, my older granddaughter. She took her into that Dollar General and I waited outside.
Mhm.
Did you guys see that? I
Yeah.
know you did, Carolyn.
I
I didn't think
didn't.
I'd get a chance to get too far because I had to
No.
get out the door, but I'm gonna rewatch it again. But
Well,
yeah.
no, it's no big deal. But I was just saying that she, I don't know, a couple days later or whatever, she asked if I could run her back up there because her friend Stephanie invited her over on Friday night to spend the night for a sleepover for her birthday party. Could I take her up there because she wanted to get her something for her birthday and she knew she saw something there that she wanted to get her. I'm like, okay, fine. So we went up there. Never give a kid one of those baskets, that you like carry
Yeah.
Um,
Oh no.
and say, okay, go ahead. And I took a buggy and I said, Apple, I'm going to get Minnie's dog food and some doggy pads. And I had a couple other things, I'm like,
In the
I'm just going to get
Goodwill?
that. No, in that Dollar General that was up there.
Oh.
I'm just going to get a couple things, and keep coming back. Hey, Jen, grill.
Hajin Grill.
And just keep, don't go far. Plus that store's real crowded in there, okay? The aisles and that. So you're not going to get lost in that place, okay?
Right.
Keep checking in. Don't go far, yada, yada, yada. Okay, I won't. So she kept walking back over to me. I'm like, what do you have in there? And she would show me. I'm like, please go put a couple of those things back, Apple. Okay. She put back this big kind of like Lego set thingy. And so then finally we were ready to check out. I said, go ahead and go first. Do you know, I let her go first. I could guess how much that was.
What was she buying?
Just stuff for her friend's birthday party the next night.
$12.
Think again.
Oh,
25.
I can't go in there without spending $50. Easy.
Now this is just her stuff. I had them ring her stuff up first. I just wanted to see what it would be for
25.
the heck. Any guesses in chat?
25, I said.
Okay, any guesses in chat?
Any
Hey,
chat
Victoria. Oh,
guesses?
they went to bed. Or Victoria went to bed. What about you, Jen? Nobody? What do you think, Apple, how much it costs for her to get her friend Stephanie a few things for her birthday? Said she got all the things that she knew her friend would love. Heart? Is heart gone? Trolls? Any trolls?
Murder crows.
We got any trolls? I know we do.
Michelle.
One more guess.
Jessen.
Jensen's not a troll. Okay, here we go. 35 said Jen. Okay, you're all wrong. I'm
What
going to
is
write
it?
it in the chat.
Oh, I don't have a chat.
I'll tell you after I write it in.
Okay. Well, everybody can hear, can't they, even when they're chatting?
What? Oh, come on, Scooter.
I swear.
I
I
didn't
about
get
had a heart attack. 82.
Mm.
Oh, I just looked at her. And she was giving me this smile, batting her eyelashes real quick, like,
I put the Legos back.
yeah, she's like, it's everything I know she really likes.
Oh my gosh. So what did you do?
You don't forget it.
What did you do? What did you do?
I just let her get it. I'm like, but
Really?
yes.
You gave her $82 worth of stuff for her birthday?
For her friend's birthday.
That's what
Yes.
I mean.
I just paid for it and I told her, I just, kept it. I just,
Put your
the
stuff
lady
back.
bagged it all. I didn't want, I know, I felt bad, I'm like, oh boy, really? And she's like, stuff she loves. I'm like, okay, fine. Well, I'm glad I had you put that couple of things up. She put up a bigger Lego set and like a bigger stuffed animal. And I had only had her put that up because I'm like, Apple, remember we're going to Indiana Beach for the weekend and we're going to stay in a hotel down there. And I want to make sure that we have extra money. I know, Jen.
Did she
Dollar
give it
Tree
all?
is where-
Did she give it all to her?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Really?
She had a gift bag for it. And here, wait, I have the receipt here because I meant to read it to you. This is hilarious. Let's see. In fact, I was thinking, is this even added up correctly? Hold on, let me go. I gotta turn the light on. Seemed like a heck of a lot of money.
Geez, you didn't spend $82 on my birthday.
I just thought the same thing. I mean, I was just thinking the same thing.
Right? Isn't that horrible?
I swear to you, Abby, I was just thinking the same thing.
I've only met this little Stephanie. I think I've met her like twice now, maybe. And that was at Girls on the Run when they had the relay this last Saturday. Well, the same day you guys had yours, Carolyn, when Ethan had his.
Uh-huh.
And yes, it was cold at ours too. Okay, she got birthday something for $2. Something skills sketchbook $5. A plushie for $5. Something happy birthday sad something for $3. Daisy with straw or something $3. I don't know what that means. It says birthday Daisy something. and then a sketch pad for $2, and then a squeeze ball for $2, something duck for $1, Animal Crossing Lego for $10, stickers for $1, another something happy something for $3, another squish something for $1, Andy Cap hot fry things for $1, Nerds gummy clusters $7.95
For what?
for gummy clusters
I love
That's,
those.
oh,
for $7.95, but she got $1 off. And then she got the lip balms, $3. And then she got Tangle Crush for $5. Something LS25 SL1 MFD letter for $1. Something dinosaur. Oh, that's the letter for her room or something. Yeah, for that girl. A dinosaur for $1.
mhm.
A bow claw for $1. Blue something taffy for $1. Snapple pet straw for $1.60. And then she got her 3 chapstick mints for $3.95 each. My gosh, she got her something Faith LNYR for $2. Something Flower CL for $1.
I want to go shopping with you.
What did the girl say? Did she say what the girl said?
Oh, I asked her later, the next day when I picked her up to go, because we had an open house to go to for my nephew that graduated. And she said, oh, yeah, Stephanie really loved it. She liked everything. She got her, then we're not done yet. She got her a flower CL for $1, LM, a lime 3-pack BD, BR something for $2. An RG Gray BRCL for $1. Then she got her a pack of extra large Lay's BCN grilled. Oh, wait, no, that's mine. Never mind. That one's mine because I got the bacon grilled cheese.
That doesn't
Lay's.
sound like it's. Wait, this includes your puppy pads and everything?
No. That's just all her stuff. That's hers. Okay. Hers ended right there at the
That doesn't
gray
sound like $82.
something for $1. That doesn't, does it? But that's hers right there, $82. Because mine starts with the Lay's chips. That's where mine starts.
That doesn't
All that
sound like
before that is
$82.
$82. Good thing she didn't grab a carriage, a cart. I had the cart. She had that yellow,
Basket.
basket thingy they carry in their arms, in your arm, over your arm.
It's pretty full then.
Doesn't that seem like a lot though?
Yes, that's
Uh-huh.
a tremendous amount.
But they're not
Okay,
a
start
dollar.
adding it up, Carolyn, in your mind,
They're $3.95 for 3 chapsticks each. That right there is a start for you.
$12, yeah.
yeah, true.
And
And
the
then there's 2
clusters.
$5 things. Then there's 1, 2, 3 $2 things. There's a $10 thing, a $7.95.
There you go. You're getting there now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 $1 things, and then a $2, a $4.25, couple of 50 cents, it goes on and,
Wow.
it adds up, right? It adds up.
Yeah.
Crazy though. I was just very surprised. I didn't expect that. Cracks me up, the stuff they think of.
Mhm.
isn't it? Isn't it funny though?
That's
Yeah, little girls have a wild imagination of the things they like that age, I guess.
Carolyn, what? Do that again.
I don't know. I'd be like, whoa.
Jan Grill, usually that's where she wants to go, is the Dollar Tree that's right in that same mall. She calls that one the real Dollar Tree instead of the one that's right here by my house. She'll say, "Can we go to the real Dollar Tree?" I'm like, oh, okay. And right now, she's wanting me to take her to Michael's.
Oh boy.
My daughter likes to go to Hot Topic because of their
Oh,
t-shirts. Bluey, she likes to wear
yes.
the cool Bluey t-shirts, and um, she for her birthday we took her up there and she got herself like these knitted gloves that don't have the fingers on them, and then she got
Uh-huh.
herself a little spiked it's like kind of like a spiky plastic belt, and these legging things that go on the from the foot to the knee, and yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she likes that Hot Topics too. We've taken her out there to the mall for
Yeah.
that before, for clothes.
And then I don't know, uh, my daughter knows this cartoon or something on a YouTube. It's by Glitch Productions, and they do the Amazing Digital Circus. So she has every character from the cartoon, and um, like a little figurine, and
How cute.
we,
How I wish you guys lived by us so they could be friends.
yeah, yeah. The Apple likes a lot of that stuff too.
Oh, I'm sure she probably does, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, she loves a lot of those cartoon type things. She has a lot of the characters that I have no clue who they really are.
Yeah, my daughter's desk in her room is filled with all her characters plushies,
Yes.
and then I had got her a desk from Amazon because she wanted one. I don't know, and it has like little lights on it that are neon and stuff.
Uh-huh.
She wanted that, and so she's got her desk in there with the neon lights on it, and she's got her bunk bed, the one with the twin size on on the top, and then on the bottom is a full size, and oh,
Yeah.
hmm,
She used to have that. Yeah, Jen, Michael's is pricier. That's what my older daughter Bonnie, we were telling Bonnie told her that. She's like, yeah, grandma and I maybe can find, maybe we'll take you. I think she said what she'd tell her Target or something like that. And maybe grandma and I can get you a few things together or something like that. I don't know.
Did you tell Bonnie about the $82?
Oh yeah. She was
What'd
like,
she
what?
say?
She was like, are you kidding? I'm like, no, I'm not. Because we were going to go out the next day together, both of us, on Friday to get it. But it was a Thursday I did that, Carolyn, with her Thursday night. That's what it was. Because she told me, no, we can't do it tomorrow on Friday, Granny. The party's tomorrow. Like, what? She's like, yeah, it's tomorrow,
When's Apple's birthday?
October 16th.
See what this kid brings her.
Mhm.
So Bonnie and I planned on picking her up Friday, and taking her together to get this little girl a present.
That's my mom's birthday too.
Is it really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I think I remember you saying that, Abby.
Yeah.
So yeah, after I took Apple back home because she had school, I messaged Bonnie and I said, "Well, I took her tonight because she said the party's tomorrow and she's going to go there right after school and blah 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 blah." And I took her, and guess what it cost? And she was laughing. She's like, "Oh my gosh!"
How many grandkids do you have, Scooter?
um, I had a total of 8.
Mm. And Apple, and then your other grandchild that was in the video, are they the ones that you're with the most?
Yeah, yeah, pretty
That's
much. Yeah,
cool.
yeah, pretty much.
That's cool.
Yeah.
She's so
The other
cute.
ones I have been at different times, at different times I've been with different ones a lot.
Mhm. That's
But
so
right now
cute.
they're the ones that are with me the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Thank
was
you.
so cute. She was showing you a top that was from Forever 21. That was
Oh,
cute.
really? Is that where it was
Yeah,
from?
it was a green top, and she was showing the tag, and it said Forever 21 on it.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, she's something else.
Hmm. Oh, get up and
$82. Oh my god.
What, Carolyn?
I'm just thinking about $82.
And you're thinking, how much did she spend on me? And Abby's thinking the same thing. And she lets some random little kid who I don't even know. Hey, if Apple wanted to get you guys something, sky would be the limit.
Alright.
Carolyn, now if I post anything into Slack, I gotta do it to general, right?
No, you're able to Slack somebody
Uh-huh.
privately or Slack them in general.
Okay. Okay. Try to take a video of Sophie later
That'd be
on today
cute.
and
I
send
like
it
that
in.
name. That's cute, Sophie.
My niece picked out the name Sophia, and then everybody call her Sophie for short, but Sophia Ava. I gave her the middle name Ava.
That's cute.
I'm getting on her about her hair as it's long, and I always try to show her how to brush her hair, but sometimes she doesn't get it completely right, and it gets a little messy in the back. But I told her we got to make your hair look decent for the graduation. I said I'm washing it and conditioning it tonight, and I washed it and blow dried it and everything. So
Yeah.
hopefully she'll. So I always like her to brush it to where she gets the knots out, and, and
The Apple won't brush. She has long hair, and
mhm.
she won't brush. She'll wash it at night when well, I know even at home. I was gonna say when she's here, but when she's at her dad's too. And she won't brush it until the morning before school.
Yeah, my daughter gets the bedhead thing and then it gets cluttered up and I'm like, no, no. And then I have to fight her because I gotta get this, I gotta take care of this somehow. I just can't have that.
No, she does it on her own. She said
Yeah.
that she won't brush it when it's wet because she said it'll uh, cause split ends.
Mm.
I don't know. She said my daughter taught her that, her mom.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, oh no, I don't never brush it when it's wet.
I don't think that's true, but does she have one
Huh?
of those detangling brushes? Those wet brushes?
That's
Nope.
that's what my daughter has, the detangling brush, the wet
Not that
brush.
I know of. Not that I know of. Unless she does. I've never seen her use one. I don't know. I haven't seen her use one. Unless she has it in her bag. No, no, Jen, I meant the AC Moore. Isn't that a paint store or something? Or paints? Seems like I see that like in the bag of Ace Hardware or something, if I remember right.
Carolyn, I was just wondering, just to be sure before if I do send anything to General Slack tomorrow, were you guys able to see the picture I sent of Benny
Yeah.
in general? Okay, okay, okay. Just making sure.
Abby, what are you doing? Abby?
Is she there?
I'm reading on my phone my upcoming appointments
Oh,
because I always forget to write them
I
down.
missed an appointment yesterday, no, the 21st.
They say I have an upcoming appointment, but do they tell me when? No. I just ask them, when is it? You said you're going to call me the day before, so that means it's tomorrow. Oh, great. It's just a wellness check.
Wellness check. That sounds like something the YouTubers call on each other.
on Jack, YouTubers call on each other.
Well, are you guys getting tired of me yet? Ready?
Yeah, I'm
Doing
going to
what?
close
Doing
out.
what?
I say, you guys getting tired of me yet?
No, not you, but I'm getting a little tired in general. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
call it a night here on this. But
We like having you,
yeah,
Denise.
I like having you
Yeah, it
guys
was nice
too.
meeting you, talking to
No,
you.
I've been knowing you, Evie, through the videos and Edisto and anyway. But yeah,
How about me, Denise?
well, that I've been knowing you guys and yeah, it's been
Who
fun
did you
you
and
know
know me
more,
the
me or
best,
Evie?
right? Though Denise, you know me the
Denise, who
best.
did you know more, me or Evie?
I think you know what I would say I knew you more because when I first came in back in March, I think, or April, I don't think I remember seeing you much, Evie. Maybe I don't think when I was coming to the auctions. But I know Scooter. I remember Scooter.
I
I
might
just
have been in hiatus then.
mm, okay. Hiatus. I'm
She
so
was on
done with words.
hiatus.
There was a time when I took a break,
Mm-hmm.
and it could have
I
very
did
well
too,
been.
though. I did too last year a lot. I was hardly ever here.
Yeah. Yeah. You were. I saw you the first time when you came up to sell your jewelry and your figurines, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. Was I fighting with anybody?
No, but I do oh, nothing. I'll shut up. I was
I
going to
know what
say,
you're gonna say.
no, it's nothing bad. I just remember a video and you were saying she shouldn't have to do that. And I was just, it was a video a while back and
Oh
you were
yeah,
meant, you were mentioning something and I'm like, yeah, and I was like agreeing with you, but yeah, you were saying she shouldn't have to do that. That's
yeah,
yours.
pressure her.
On hiatus.
Yeah, she never did buy any of that stuff, Carolyn.
Did you get a hold of her?
I wrote to her, but I never heard from her. I never sent her the stuff, and I haven't heard from her since. Haven't seen her on there. I think she got insulted or hurt feelings or embarrassed
Hmm.
Huh.
because as far as I know, she hasn't been back.
Let me see if I'll try to see if she responded to me.
Oh, Carolyn, I was going to tell you, at least I was able to at least bubble wrap Little Lady, Rough and Ready, and Sandy stuff. All I did was just wrap it up real good. So it's downstairs in my basement, sitting, off to the side in a safe spot. So at least I got that part done. I'm not saying anything. I'm just letting you know that at least I've got Sandy's gift wrapped up. I've got Little Lady's gift wrapped up and I've got Tina too. Yes, Tina.
Do you
So
need help doing the label or something or measuring?
okay, the only thing that I don't have right yet is pirate ship and a scale. The way that I had got Marianne stuff to her last time was I basically I wrapped it up. I wrapped up her makeup real good and then I gave it to my husband and had him take it down to UPS and just do it like that because I remember you, Carolyn, giving me her address and then I texted to my husband and so he went down to UPS and did everything and paid for it. It was nothing or whatever, but he went down there and they gave him an envelope to put it in and sent it off. I
Oh,
had the receipt. I held on to the receipt for weeks and weeks. And then a while back when we were in your story chat, Carolyn, I said hi to Mary. I think she said hi to me, but she never. I think I could have at least asked her if she got her makeup, but I guess
didn't I
if
send you
she
the money for it? Cause she didn't.
yes, you did. Yes, I
Oh,
got
okay.
it. Yeah, yeah. And I guess we were in chat together. I know we were, but I could have at least said, "Did you get your stuff?" I didn't, but she didn't say anything to me, so hopefully that's a good sign. I guess if something would have happened, I'm sure she would have said, "Where's my stuff? I didn't get it." But
Yeah.
so um yeah, but at least I got Sandy Rough and Ready and Tina stuff all bubbled up. And then I can easily get boxes at McDonald's, which are constantly always there. So I can just go over there and get some boxes and everything.
Right. Oh, the owl is barking at you. Oh my goodness. Anywho's what's it? I'm gonna end
Yeah, I
this.
lucked out. I
Love
went
you
to an
guys. God
estate
bless.
sale that was
Prayers are safe
closing and they
tomorrow.
gave me a scale. So
Hmm.
that helped me out tremendously.
Who gave you a scale?
A estate sale that was closing, she said I could have anything I wanted in that
Oh,
room. So I jumped on the scale,
you jumped on the scale.
not literally,
I
but
know.
Oh, Carol.